Napoleon Bonaparte's story begins far from the glittering courts of Europe, on a rugged island in the Mediterranean Sea, Corsica, a land of mountains, olive groves, and proud independence, was where the boy who would one day rule much of Europe first opened his eyes. Born on August 15th, 1769, in the city of Ajaccio, Napoleon entered a world already defined by conflict and ambition. Corsica had only recently been conquered by France. For centuries, it had resisted foreign domination, first under the Republic of Genoa and later against the French. Napoleon's parents, Carlo Bonaparte and Letizia Ramolino, were part of the Corsican nobility, but they lived modestly compared to the grandees of mainland Europe. The Bonapartes were minor aristocrats respected locally, yet far from wealthy. Their fortunes rested on careful alliances, political ties, and, most of all, education for their children. Napoleon was the second of 8 surviving children. His family was large, noisy, and ambitious. His mother, Letizia, was known for her strictness and discipline, qualities she instilled in her children. Stories of her resilience marching barefoot through Corsican hills while pregnant, or managing the household with iron will shaped the young Napoleon's respect for endurance and order. His father, Carlo, was a lawyer and a political figure who initially supported Corsican independence under the charismatic leader Pasquale Paoli. When Paoli's cause was crushed by French arms, Carlo shifted allegiance, aligning himself with France. This decision would prove decisive for Napoleon's future. As a child, Napoleon absorbed Corsica's spirit of independence. He grew up speaking Corsican and Italian, not French. In fact, when he first encountered the French language at school, he spoke it with a heavy accent and made frequent grammatical errors. This sense of being an outsider, never fully French, never fully Corsican, would mark him for life. He often described himself as different, set apart, destined for something greater. From a young age, Napoleon displayed an unusual intensity. He was serious, solitary, and fiercely competitive with his siblings, particularly with his elder brother, Joseph. While Joseph was sociable and charming, Napoleon was stern and ambitious. Family members recalled how the young boy would organize games where he played the role of commander, directing his brothers and cousins in mock battles fought with sticks and stones. These childhood games foreshadowed the military genius that would later dominate Europe. Napoleon's early education was shaped by his father's ambition. Carlo saw in his son the potential to rise beyond Corsica's limited horizons. Thanks to his noble status, Carlo secured a scholarship for Napoleon to attend school in mainland France. But before leaving the island, Napoleon's imagination had already been fired by Corsican history and legends. He idolized Paoli, the freedom fighter his father once supported, and dreamed of liberating his homeland from French rule. Ironically, it was France itself that would provide the tools for Napoleon's rise. At the age of 9, Napoleon left Corsica for the first time. He was sent to Autun in France to learn the language and prepare for further studies. The separation was difficult. Small, thin, and speaking with a foreign accent, Napoleon was mocked by other children. They teased him for his Corsican heritage. calling him a barbarian. These experiences hardened him, sharpening his pride and his determination to prove himself. He would later recall that adversity in childhood had forged his willpower. Despite the hardships, Napoleon excelled in subjects that demanded discipline and memory. He had a particular passion for history, devouring accounts of ancient heroes like Alexander the Great, Hannibal, and Julius Caesar. These figures became his role models, and he often compared himself to them, dreaming of one day achieving equal greatness. His teachers noted his sharp intelligence, though they often described him as stubborn and hot-tempered. By the time he was admitted to the military academy at Brienne-le-Château, Napoleon was already displaying the traits that would define his career: an intense focus, disdain for frivolity, and an unshakable belief in his own destiny. At Brienne, he immersed himself in mathematics, geography, and military theory subjects essential for artillery officers. He remained somewhat isolated, often spending hours alone in the library or wandering the grounds in contemplation. His peers saw him as proud and aloof, but he did not care. He believed that solitude was the companion of greatness. Corsica never left his heart. Even as he adapted to life in France, he wrote passionately about his homeland, expressing both love for its rugged beauty and bitterness at its subjugation. For years, he vacillated between dreams of freeing Corsica and ambitions of rising within France. This inner conflict would eventually resolve in favor of France, but the fire of Corsican pride burned within him to the end. Napoleon's childhood in Corsica was not one of privilege or luxury. It was a childhood of discipline, hardship, and fierce ambition. Out of the rocky soil of that Mediterranean island grew a will of iron. But the boy who played at being a commander among Corsican hills was preparing, without even knowing it, to command the battlefields of Europe. In 1779, at the age of 9, Napoleon Bonaparte left Corsica to continue his education in mainland France. The journey itself was transformative. The boy who grew up surrounded by the rugged mountains of Ajaccio now found himself immersed in the disciplined world of French institutions. His destination was the military academy of Brienne-le-Château, a school reserved for young noblemen destined for service in the army. At Brienne, Napoleon encountered an entirely new world. The school emphasized strict discipline, Catholic piety, and military training. For a boy from Corsica, still speaking French with a heavy accent and struggling with grammar, the transition was not easy. His classmates often mocked him, calling him names like the little Corsican or the barbarian. He was isolated, and his pride only deepened the distance. But rather than breaking him, this isolation hardened him. Napoleon learned to rely on his own determination, cultivating an inner strength that would carry him throughout his life. Napoleon quickly distinguished himself in his studies, particularly in mathematics and geography. Mathematics, with its clarity and precision, appealed to his logical mind and would later serve him well as an artillery officer. Geography fascinated him because it connected directly to strategy and the movement of armies. He spent hours studying maps, memorizing terrain, and imagining battles fought across distant lands. His teachers noted his seriousness and dedication, even if his social graces lagged behind. One of his classmates later recalled, "Napoleon was not like the others. He was silent, solitary, and always thinking. While we played, he studied. While we laughed, he read." This description captures the intensity that already set him apart. He was not interested in frivolous pursuits. His mind was consumed by ambition, history, and the dream of military glory. At Brienne, Napoleon also began to cultivate his fascination with the great figures of the past. He read voraciously, devouring the works of Plutarch, Tacitus, and Polybius. Heroes such as Alexander the Great, Hannibal, and Julius Caesar became models for his imagination. He studied their victories and failures, drawing lessons he would later apply on the battlefields of Europe. History was not just knowledge. For him it was a blueprint for destiny. Despite his dedication, Napoleon's time at Brienne was marked by loneliness. His Corsican origins and fiery temper often put him at odds with his peers. Yet he did not retreat into bitterness. Instead, he turned his isolation into motivation. He organized war games in the snow, constructing elaborate forts and leading his classmates in mock battles. Even then, his natural ability to inspire and command was evident. These games were more than plays. They were rehearsals for the campaigns to come. In 1784, after 5 years at Brienne, Napoleon's talents were recognized, and he was admitted to the École Militaire in Paris, the premier military academy of France. This was a remarkable achievement for a boy of modest Corsican nobility. At the École Militaire, the standards were even higher. Napoleon specialized in artillery, a branch of the army that demanded technical expertise and intellectual discipline. It was the perfect match for his skills. At the École Militaire, Napoleon studied under some of the best instructors in Europe. He learned not only mathematics and engineering, but also tactics, fortifications, and the science of gunnery. He showed a particular genius for understanding the practical applications of theory. His instructors noted his brilliance, but also his intensity. One teacher wrote, "Bonaparte is distinguished in mathematics, but he is domineering, ambitious, and will go far if circumstances allow." Financial difficulties shadowed his time in Paris. His father, Carlo Bonaparte, died in 1785, leaving the family in debt. Napoleon's scholarship covered tuition, but money was tight. He lived frugally, often eating simple meals of dry bread and drinking only water. Yet this hardship taught him resilience. He learned to do more with less, a skill that would later define his campaigns, where he often marched his armies on limited supplies while outmaneuvering richer foes. Napoleon's dedication paid off. In 1785, at just 16 years old, he completed the 2-year program in only 1 year, an extraordinary accomplishment. He graduated as a second lieutenant of artillery, assigned to a regiment stationed at Valence. Though young and still largely unknown, he had achieved the foundation of his career, a commission in the French army. His years at Brienne and the École Militaire had transformed him. The boy mocked for his accent and Corsican origins, had become a disciplined officer with a sharp mind and a burning ambition. He carried with him the lessons of hardship, the discipline of mathematics, and the inspiration of history's greatest generals. More importantly, he carried an unshakable belief that he was destined for greatness. Napoleon's military education was not merely academic, it was the crucible in which his identity was forged. The isolation of Brienne gave him resilience. The rigor of Paris gave him expertise. Together they produced a young officer whose destiny was already beginning to unfold. When Napoleon Bonaparte graduated from the École Militaire in 1785, he was just 16 years old, a boy in years, but already a man in discipline and ambition. Commissioned as a second lieutenant in the LA Artillery Regiment, he entered a profession that demanded precision, science, and leadership. For Napoleon, it was the perfect fit. Stationed first at Valence, a provincial town in southeastern France, Napoleon began to learn the realities of military life. Unlike the grand theories of Paris, garrison duty was a world of drills, inspections, and endless routines. Yet Napoleon approached even the most mundane tasks with seriousness. He immersed himself in the study of artillery, mastering the mathematics of trajectory, the logistics of supply, and the mechanics of guns. Artillery, he realized, was not just a tool of war, it was the decisive arm of modern battle. But garrison life was not all discipline. Officers in Valence moved in social circles, attending balls, salons, and dinners. Napoleon, however, was often out of place. B was young, reserved, and frugal, while other officers spent lavishly on uniforms and entertainments. Napoleon lived modestly, saving his meager pay to support his struggling family back in Corsica. His father's death had left the Bonapartes in financial difficulty, and Napoleon took on the role of provider. This sense of duty bound him even more tightly to his family and to his Corsican roots. During his time at Valence, Napoleon also began to write. He produced essays, reflections, and even short works of philosophy and politics. Many of these writings revealed his inner turmoil, torn between loyalty to France, which offered him opportunity, and devotion to Corsica, which still dreamed of independence. He admired Pasquale Paoli, the Corsican patriot, and for a time considered dedicating his life to his island's liberation. His letters from this period are filled with passionate defenses of Corsican identity and laments about its domination by France. His conflicted loyalties became evident when he returned to Corsica on leave in 1786. There, he reconnected with local politics, supporting factions opposed to French control. He hoped to balance his role as a French officer with his dream of Corsican autonomy, but this proved impossible. His attachment to Corsica remained strong, yet his career and his destiny belonged to France. As a young officer, Napoleon also demonstrated the traits that would later define him: ambition, determination, and impatience with mediocrity. He sought out responsibility and often criticized his superiors for lack of vision. He believed that talent, not birth or wealth, should determine advancement. A radical idea in a France still shaped by aristocratic privilege. His sharp tongue sometimes earned him enemies, but it also revealed a confidence that set him apart. The late 1780s were years of change in France. The financial crisis was deepening. Resentment against the aristocracy was growing, and the seeds of revolution were being planted. Napoleon watched these events with keen interest. Though a soldier sworn to serve the king, he was sympathetic to many of the revolutionary ideas, especially those that promised advancement based on merit rather than status. For a young man of modest nobility and immense ambition, the coming upheaval would be both a danger and an opportunity. In the meantime, Napoleon's career advanced slowly. He transferred between garrisons, sometimes returning to Corsica, sometimes stationed in France. He spent his free hours reading voraciously, especially works of history, philosophy, and military theory. Writers like Rousseau and Voltaire shaped his political outlook, while treatises on strategy and engineering sharpened his professional skills. He also continued to dream of glory, often comparing himself to Alexander and Caesar, the heroes of his youth. His personal life during this period remained austere. He had few close friends and rarely indulged in frivolities. Instead, he cultivated a sense of discipline and focus. He was not yet the charismatic figure who would inspire armies with fiery speeches, but the foundation of his character's self-control, determination, and vision was already in place. By 1789, when the French Revolution erupted, Napoleon was a young officer still searching for his path. He had tasted the discipline of military life, wrestled with his Corsican identity, and absorbed the ideas of enlightenment and ambition. The revolution would provide the crucible in which all these elements combined, propelling him from obscurity to prominence. Napoleon's early years as an officer were not filled with glory, but they were essential. They taught him the science of artillery, the discipline of command, and the hardships of duty. They exposed him to the contradictions of loyalty and identity, ambition and reality. Above all, they prepared him for the storm to come. The boy from Ajaccio was no longer just a Corsican dreamer. He was a French officer, hardened by study, sharpened by discipline, and ready, though he did not yet know it, for the revolution that would change his life and the world. The catastrophic retreat from Russia in 1812 marked the turning point of Napoleon Bonaparte's empire. His once mighty grandee, reduced from overloo by 0 men to a pitiful remnant, staggered back across the Niemen in tatters. The aura of invincibility that had carried him from Italy to Austerlitz was gone. For the first time in over a decade, Europe sensed that Napoleon could be beaten. His enemies seized the opportunity, forming the Sixth Coalition, a vast alliance determined to bring him down. The coalition united Britain, Russia, Prussia, Austria, Sweden, Spain, and a host of smaller states. Even former allies and satellite kingdoms began to turn against France. The Prussians, humiliated at Jena and crushed at Tilsit, rose again, eager for revenge. Austria, though cautious at first, would soon join the fight. Britain continued to provide money, weapons, and naval support, sustaining the Continental armies. In sheer scale, it was the most formidable coalition Napoleon had ever faced. Back in Paris, Napoleon refused to accept defeat. His resilience and determination remained unbroken. In 1813, he raised new armies, conscripting teenagers and veterans alike to fill the ranks. The French treasury strained under the burden, and the people grew weary of endless war. But Napoleon's charisma and organizational genius allowed him to rebuild. Within months, he commanded fresh forces numbering over 300,000 men. The campaign of 1813 unfolded in Germany, where the coalition sought to drive Napoleon back across the Rhine. In the spring, he struck first. At battles like Lutzen and Bautzen, Napoleon proved he still possessed tactical brilliance. Despite being outnumbered, he maneuvered skillfully, defeating the Prussian and Russian armies in sharp engagements. His soldiers fought with courage, inspired by their emperor's presence. But these victories were costly and incomplete. Napoleon's new recruits lacked the experience of the veterans lost in Russia. His cavalry, devastated in the retreat, could not match its former strength, depriving him of the reconnaissance and pursuit that had made his earlier campaigns so decisive. Worse, the coalition learned from past mistakes. Instead of seeking single decisive battles, they adopted a strategy of attrition-avoiding destruction while wearing Napoleon down. Diplomatic pressures compounded Napoleon's troubles. Austria, under Chancellor Metternich, offered to mediate peace. In June 1813, an armistice was declared, giving both sides time to regroup. For Napoleon, the pause was an opportunity to rebuild, but it also allowed his enemies to strengthen their alliance. At the Conference of Prague, Austria demanded that Napoleon give up much of his empire: the Confederation of the Rhine, Italy, the Duchy of Warsaw. Napoleon refused. To yield would mean abandoning the glory and dominance he had built. When the armistice ended in August, Austria formally joined the coalition. The balance of power now shifted decisively. Napoleon faced not one or two enemies, but the combined might of Europe. Coalition forces advanced in multiple theaters. Wellington's British-led army pushed from Spain into southern France. The Russians and Prussians pressed from the east, and Austrian armies marched from the south. France was encircled. Napoleon fought with desperate energy. In August 1813, at the Battle of Dresden, he achieved one of his last great victories, defeating a larger coalition force with brilliant tactics. But his triumphs were fleeting. His marshals suffered defeats elsewhere, and he could not be everywhere at once. The coalition-S strategy of the Trachenberg Plan, avoiding direct battle with Napoleon himself and targeting his subordinates, slowly eroded French strength. By the autumn of 1813, the campaign reached its climax at Leipzig, the so-called Battle of Nations. There, the full weight of the coalition descended upon him. It was the largest battle Europe had ever seen, and it would decide the fate of Napoleon's empire. The rise of the Sixth Coalition signaled the beginning of the end. Napoleon still possessed brilliance, but he was stretched too thin, his resources drained, his enemies united, The master of Europe now faced the combined fury of nations determined to break his power once and for all. In October 1813, Napoleon Bonaparte faced the gravest challenge of his career. For over a decade, he had dominated Europe, defeating coalitions one after another with dazzling victories. But at Leipzig, in the heart of Saxony, he confronted an alliance so vast that even his genius could not overcome it, known as the Battle of the Nations. It was the largest clash in European history up to that time, the beginning of the end for Napoleon's empire. By autumn, the Sixth Coalition had assembled overwhelming strength. Over 300,000 troops, Prussians, Austrians, Swedes, and other allies marched against Napoleon's 190,000 men. The coalition was united under a new strategy: avoid direct battle with Napoleon whenever possible, but when forced to fight, bring crushing numerical superiority. For once, Napoleon would not face divided enemies, but a coordinated alliance determined to destroy him. The battle opened on October 16, 1813. Napoleon, encamped near Leipzig, attempted to strike first, launching attacks on the coalition flanks. At the southern front, French forces under Marshal Murat fought with brilliance, holding off Austrian and Russian assaults. In the north, Marshal Ney battled the Prussians under Blucher. Fighting raged across villages, fields, and rivers, with neither side achieving a decisive breakthrough. Over the next 2 days, reinforcements swelled the coalition's numbers. By October 18th, the Allies outnumbered Napoleon nearly 2-1. They launched a massive, coordinated assault on all fronts. French troops, exhausted and outmatched, fought stubbornly but were steadily pushed back. The fighting was ferocious, with bayonet charges, cavalry clashes, and artillery duels, leaving the ground littered with corpses. Leipzig became a true battle of nations. Nearly every European power was represented: Russians in the east, Prussians in the north, Austrians in the south, Swedes under Crown Prince Bernadotte ironically, a former French marshal pressing from the west. The battlefield stretched for miles, echoing with the thunder of 2,000 cannons. On October 19th, Napoleon ordered a retreat, but disaster struck when a crucial bridge over the Elster River was prematurely blown up by French engineers, trapping thousands of troops on the wrong side. Entire divisions were forced to surrender, and countless men drowned in the chaos. The once proud Grande limped westward, bleeding and broken. The scale of the defeat was staggering. Napoleon lost more than 60,000 men killed, wounded, or captured, while the coalition suffered around 50,000 casualties. But the strategic result was decisive. Napoleon's aura of invincibility was shattered. His German allies, sensing weakness, abandoned him. The Confederation of the Rhine dissolved, and many states turned against France. The road to the Rhine lay open. Leipzig was not only a military disaster, but a political earthquake. For the first time, Europe had united successfully against Napoleon, and the victory gave the coalition momentum to carry the war into France itself. The myth that Napoleon could always snatch victory from the jaws of defeat was gone. He had faced the combined might of Europe and lost. For his soldiers, the retreat from Leipzig was a bitter blow. Veterans who had followed him from Italy to Austerlitz now trudged westward through mud and rain, haunted by the knowledge that the tide had turned. For the French people, the defeat foreshadowed invasion. For Napoleon, it was the realization that his empire, built on conquest, was beginning to crumble. Yet even in defeat, his resilience showed. He withdrew across the Rhine, determined to fight on, to rebuild, to outmaneuver his enemies once more. But the coalition was relentless. The Battle of Leipzig marked the true beginning of the end. The emperor who had once ruled Europe now stood on the defensive, his empire shrinking, his enemies emboldened. Leipzig earned its name as the Battle of Nations, not only because of the vast armies involved, but because it symbolized the collective determination of Europe to free itself from Napoleon's domination. It was the moment when the tide of history turned decisively against him. The defeat at Leipzig in October 1813 was a turning point. Napoleon Bonaparte could not reverse. For years, he had faced coalitions and triumphed through speed, brilliance, and audacity. But now, the coalition was united, disciplined, and determined. As Napoleon retreated westward, his German allies deserted him. The Confederation of the Rhine dissolved, and French influence in Central Europe collapsed. The once expanding empire was shrinking rapidly, and the war was moving inexorably toward France itself. By the beginning of 1814, coalition armies poured across the Rhine. Russians, Prussians, Austrians, and British-led forces advanced from all directions. In Spain, Wellington pressed into southern France, while in the east, Blucher and Schwarzenberg closed in. Napoleon faced invasion on multiple fronts with dwindling resources and an exhausted nation. Still, he fought with extraordinary skill. The campaign of 1814 showcased his brilliance in defense. With hastily raised forces, many of them young conscripts, he won a string of small victories at battles like Campo, Montmirail, and Montero. Time and again, he outmaneuvered larger enemy armies, striking isolated corps, and proving he remained a master of tactics. His soldiers, inspired by his presence, rallied to him with remarkable devotion. But these victories could not change the strategic reality. The coalition armies, vastly superior in numbers, continued to advance. For every corps Napoleon defeated, two more pressed forward. His marshals, once the pillars of his strength, grew weary and disillusioned. Some, like Marmont and Ney, began to doubt his leadership. Paris itself was now threatened. In March 1814, the coalition reached the gates of the French capital. Despite desperate resistance, Paris fell on March 31st. For the first time in centuries, foreign armies occupied the city. Napoleon, away with his army, rushed to return, but was too late. The French Senate, long compliant, now turned against him. With the support of disaffected marshals, the coalition demanded his abdication. Napoleon initially refused. He even considered marching on Paris to retake the city by force. But his marshals, exhausted and unwilling to see France destroyed further, refused to follow him. Realizing he could not fight both his enemies and his own commanders, Napoleon bowed to the inevitable. On April 6, 1814, he formally abdicated the throne. The man who had crowned himself Emperor of the French 10 years earlier now relinquished his empire. The Allies offered him surprisingly generous terms. Rather than imprisonment or execution, Napoleon was granted sovereignty over the tiny island of Elba, off the coast of Italy. He would retain the title of emperor, rule a miniature court, and be allowed a small guard. It was an exile that recognized both his defeat and his stature. On his way into exile, Napoleon attempted suicide, swallowing poison he had carried since Russia. The dose, weakened with age, failed to kill him. Surviving, he accepted his fate with grim determination. On April 20th, he bid farewell to the Imperial Guard at Fontainebleau in a moving scene. Clad in his grey overcoat, he addressed his veterans. "Soldiers of my old guard, I bid you farewell. For 20 years I have accompanied you on the road to honor and glory. Be faithful to the new king. He will not forget you. Do not grieve for my fate." Many wept as he departed. Arriving on Elba in May 1814, Napoleon took command of his tiny realm with characteristic energy. He reorganized the administration, built roads, and supervised agriculture. But the Emperor of Elba remained restless. He followed events in France closely, where the restored Bourbon monarchy under Louis XVIII struggled to win popular support. Discontent simmered among the army and the people, who remembered Napoleon's victories and compared them to the humiliation of occupation and restoration. Though exiled, Napoleon's story was far from over. His enemies believed they had consigned him to irrelevance. But the man who had once reshaped Europe would soon return to shake it again. The abdication and exile to Elba marked the fall of an emperor, but not yet his final chapter. Napoleon Bonaparte's abdication in April 1814 had seemed final. Europe breathed a sigh of relief as the man who had dominated its politics for nearly 2 decades was exiled to the tiny island of Elba. There, with a population of just 12,000, Napoleon was given sovereignty and a small guard of 600 men. The Allies believed they had contained him, stripping him of empire while sparing his life. But they underestimated the restless ambition of a man who had once ruled Europe. On Elba, Napoleon threw himself into administration with characteristic energy. He reorganized the island's economy, improved agriculture, and even designed new flag and uniforms for his miniature court. Yet, despite his activity, he remained restless. The island was too small for his vast ambition, and he watched events in France with growing interest. The restored Bourbon monarchy under Louis XVIII struggled to establish legitimacy. Many French citizens resented the return of the old royal family, viewing it as foreign and reactionary. Soldiers of the ground, proud of their victories and sacrifices, felt neglected and humiliated. Taxes rose, unemployment spread, and rumors of discontent circulated. The very people who had once abandoned Napoleon now longed for his return. Napoleon, kept informed by a network of loyalists, sensed the opportunity. He knew that Europe was distracted. The Congress of Vienna, convened to redraw the map after his defeat, absorbed the attention of the great powers. Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Britain debated borders and alliances, confident that Napoleon was safely contained. Meanwhile, reports of growing unrest in France convinced him that the time was ripe. On the night of February 26, 1815, Napoleon made his move. Slipping past British patrols, he embarked from Elba with a handful of ships and around 1,000 men, including his loyal old guard. It was a daring gamble, bordering on madness, to retake an empire with nothing but determination and the loyalty of a few veterans. Yet Napoleon thrived on risk, landing on the French coast at Golfon near Cannes on March 1st. Napoleon unfurled the tricolor flag and proclaimed his return. "Soldiers," he declared, "if there is one among you who wishes to kill his emperor, here I am." No shots were fired. Instead, peasants and veterans began to rally to his side. The legend of Napoleon, far from extinguished, burned brightly once more as he marched north. The dramatic episode that would define the 100 Days unfolded. At Lafri, Napoleon encountered royal troops sent to stop him. Outnumbered and unarmed, he stepped forward alone, bearing his chest. "Here I am," he shouted. "Kill your emperor if you wish." Instead of firing, the soldiers erupted in cheers, joining him. The road to Paris lay open. With every mile, his army swelled. Towns welcomed him. Soldiers deserted the Bourbons to march under his banner, and his advance became a triumphal procession. Napoleon moved with astonishing speed, covering hundreds of miles in less than 3 weeks. The Bourbon regime collapsed in panic. Louis XVIII fled to Paris without resistance, and on March 20th, 1815, Napoleon entered the capital to thunderous applause. The escape from Elba was one of the most extraordinary comebacks in history. From exile on a tiny island, Napoleon had regained the throne of France without firing a shot in anger. His charisma, reputation, and daring had overturned the Restoration, proving that he remained a force no coalition could ignore. Yet his return also alarmed Europe. The great powers at Vienna, stunned by the news, immediately declared him an outlaw and vowed to unite once again to destroy him. The Seventh Coalition Britain, Prussia, Austria, Russia, and others mobilized armies to crush Napoleon before he could consolidate power. For Napoleon, the 100 Days had begun. He had defied exile, reclaimed his empire, and reignited the loyalty of his people. But he knew that war was inevitable. To preserve his throne, he would have to fight and win one last campaign. When Napoleon Bonaparte set foot on the French coast in March 1815, his gamble was nothing short of audacious. With barely 1,000 men, he sought to retake an empire that had been stripped from him less than a year earlier. Yet, as he advanced northward from Golfon toward Paris, the impossible began to unfold. The march became less a military maneuver and more a rolling wave of popular acclaim. Napoleon was not conquering France, was rising to reclaim him. At first, his return seemed laughably fragile. Royalist forces, loyal to King Louis XVIII, were dispatched to stop him. Columns of Bourbon troops moved to intercept the small band of veterans marching under the tricolor. But Napoleon understood the psychology of his soldiers better than any king. He relied not on force, but on memory, loyalty, and charisma. The most dramatic encounter came on March 7th, 1815, near the village of Laffrey. Facing lines of royal troops blocking his path, Napoleon advanced alone, without raising a weapon. He opened his coat, exposing his chest, and called out, "Soldiers of the 5th Regiment, I am your emperor. Do you not recognize me? If there is among you a man who would kill his emperor, here I stand." Silence followed, heavy with tension. Then, instead of opening fire, the soldiers broke ranks, cheering and rushing to join him. The defection electrified his column. From that moment, the Restoration regime's chances crumbled. As Napoleon marched northward, the pattern repeated. Garrison after garrison defected, commanders hesitated, and soldiers remembered the days of glory under the eagle's standard. The tricolor flag, banned under the Bourbons, once again waved above regiments and town halls. Villagers brought food, peasants left their fields to cheer, and veterans rejoined their emperor. By the time Napoleon reached Lyon, his force had swelled into an army. Crowds thronged the streets, hailing him as a savior. In proclamations, he promised reconciliation and peace. "I come not as a conqueror, but as a citizen." Yet behind the rhetoric lay the old ambition. Napoleon knew Europe would never tolerate his return without war. For now, however, the French people embraced him as the symbol of national pride and independence. Meanwhile, in Paris, panic gripped the Bourbon monarchy. Louis XVIII and his ministers underestimated the momentum of Napoleon's advance. They hoped loyalty to the crown would prevail. But reports of defections and mass enthusiasm painted another picture. As Napoleon drew closer, the Bourbon regime collapsed from within. Soldiers refused to fight, politicians hedged their loyalties, and public opinion shifted decisively. On March 20th, 1815, Napoleon entered Paris. There was no battle, no resistance, no civil war. Louis XVIII had fled days earlier, slipping away into exile once again. The streets of Paris erupted in jubilation. Citizens poured into the boulevards, cheering, waving flags, and calling out his name. The man who had been exiled to a tiny island was once again the master of France. The return was breathtaking. Napoleon had overturned the Bourbon monarchy without firing a shot. In less than 3 weeks, he had transformed himself from a forgotten exile into an emperor restored. The episode revealed the depth of his personal magnetism and the weakness of the restored monarchy. He was not merely a man, he was a legend, and legends could not be contained by small islands. Yet Napoleon's return also carried a shadow. While France celebrated, Europe recoiled in alarm. The Congress of Vienna, still redrawing the map of Europe, declared him an outlaw, an enemy and disturber of the peace of the world. Armies began to mobilize, and the Seventh Coalition Britain, Prussia, Austria, Russia, and others prepared for war. Napoleon knew the storm was coming. In Paris, he immediately set to work rebuilding his regime. He re-established his court, reorganized the army, and attempted to reassure the public that his reign would be one of peace. But the reality was clear. To preserve his throne, he would have to fight. The march to Paris was a miracle of loyalty and charisma, a triumph of memory over monarchy. Yet it was only the beginning of the 100 Days. Ahead lay the confrontation that would decide not only his fate, but the fate of Europe, the campaign of Waterloo. Napoleon Bonaparte's return to power in March 1815 shocked Europe. His dramatic march to Paris, hailed by soldiers and citizens alike, had restored him to the throne without a battle. But celebration was short-lived. The great powers of Europe gathered at the Congress of Vienna, immediately declared him an outlaw, and pledged to unite once more in arms. The Seventh Coalition, Britain, Prussia, Austria, Russia, and their allies mobilized massive forces to crush him before he could consolidate his rule. Napoleon had no choice. To survive, he would have to strike first. By June 1815, coalition armies were converging on France, but the British, under the Duke of Wellington, gathered in Belgium, while the Prussians, under Field Marshal Gebhard Leberecht von Blücher, assembled nearby. Napoleon, facing enemies on multiple fronts, devised one of his classic strategies: move swiftly, divide the enemy, and destroy each army in turn before they could unite. With about 125,000 men, he marched north to Belgium, seeking a decisive battle. The campaign opened brilliantly. On June 16, 1815, Napoleon defeated the Prussians at the Battle of Ligny, driving them back with heavy losses. Simultaneously, Marshal Ney engaged Wellington at Cottebras, preventing the British from aiding their allies. Napoleon's plan appeared to be working. He had once again shown his genius for rapid movement and concentration of force, but cracks soon appeared. Ney, overcautious and indecisive, failed to destroy Wellington's army at Cottebras. The Prussians, though beaten at Ligny, were not destroyed. Instead, they retreated in good order, maintaining cohesion. Crucially, they moved northward, keeping the possibility of rejoining Wellington. Napoleon underestimated their resilience. On June 18, 1815, the decisive battle unfolded near the village of Waterloo, south of Brussels. Wellington, commanding around 68,000 men, positioned his troops on a ridge behind strong defensive positions. His Anglo-Allied army included British regulars, Dutch, Belgians, and Germans, a diverse but disciplined force. Napoleon, with about 72,000 men, faced him across muddy fields, soaked by overnight rain. At midday, after hours of delay caused by the weather, Napoleon ordered the assault. French artillery thundered, but the sodden ground blunted their effect. Marshal Ney led massive cavalry charges against the British lines, but Wellington's infantry, formed into squares, repelled them with disciplined volley. Again and again, French horsemen charged, only to be thrown back with devastating losses. The battle raged throughout the afternoon. French infantry attacked the fortified farm of Hougoumont on Wellington's right, but it held firm despite relentless assaults. On the left, at La Haye-Sainte, French forces eventually captured the farm after brutal fighting. But the breakthrough came too late. Napoleon, weakened by illness and fatigue, delegated too much to Nile, whose impetuous decisions squandered precious strength. As the struggle dragged on, Napoleon awaited reinforcements from Marshal Grouchy, who had been sent to pursue the Prussians after Ligny. But Grouchy moved too slowly, failing to block Blucher. By late afternoon, the Prussian army reappeared on the battlefield, striking Napoleon's right flank at Plancenoit. French troops fought desperately, even committing the Imperial Guard to hold them back. But the pressure grew overwhelming. In a final gamble, Napoleon ordered the Imperial Guard, his most elite troops, to assault the British center. They advance with unwavering discipline, the very symbol of French military power. But Wellington, calmly waiting, unleashed devastating musket fire and counterattacks. The Guard faltered, then broke. For the first time in history, the Imperial Guard retreated. Panic spread through the French ranks. Cries of La Garde recule, the Guard retreats, signaled the collapse of the army. By evening, the French were in full flight. Napoleon attempted to rally his men, but the rout was unstoppable. The battlefield was a scene of carnage, with tens of thousands dead or wounded. Napoleon, once the master of Europe, fled toward Paris, his empire collapsing around him. Waterloo was not just a defeat, it was the end of an era. Napoleon had gambled everything on one last battle and lost. His genius, once unmatched, was no longer enough against the united will of Europe. The coalition's discipline, Wellington's steady leadership, and Blucher's timely arrival combined to crush him. In the days that followed, Paris fell into turmoil. Napoleon abdicated once more on June 22nd, 1815. This time, there would be no Elbe, no second chance. Europe had resolved that Napoleon must be removed permanently. His final exile would take him far from France, to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic, where escape was impossible. The Waterloo campaign marked the end of the 100 Days, the final blaze of Napoleon's meteoric career. It was a battle that changed the course of history, ending 2 decades of near-constant war and reshaping Europe for a century. For Napoleon, it was the last roll of the dice, the final stand of a man who had once seemed invincible. After the shattering defeat at Waterloo in June 1815, Napoleon Bonaparte's reign was finally over. For a second time he abdicated, acknowledging that his dream of empire had collapsed. But unlike in 1814, when the Allies had granted him sovereignty over Elba, this time his enemies were determined to remove him permanently from the stage of European politics. They would send him to a place so remote, so isolated, that escape would be impossible. The island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic. Napoleon initially hoped to seek refuge in Britain, believing that the nation which had fought him so fiercely might offer asylum. "I come, like Themistocles, to sit by the hearth of the British people," he declared, but the British government, fearful of his influence and wary of his charisma, refused to allow him to live in Europe. Instead, they dispatched him to St. Helena, a volcanic outpost 1,200 miles from the coast of Africa, known more for its isolation than its comforts. On October 15th, 1815, Napoleon arrived on the island aboard the HMS Northumberland. He would never leave it alive. At first, he was lodged in a modest residence in Jamestown, the island's small port, before being moved to Longwood House, a damp, windswept estate on a plateau surrounded by barren hills. The conditions were harsh. The climate was unhealthy. The rooms were cramped, and the house was plagued by rats and mold. For a man who had once lived in palaces, the contrast was stark. Napoleon was placed under the watch of Sir Hudson Lowe, the British governor of the island. Lowe, dutiful but rigid, clashed frequently with his illustrious prisoner. Determined to prevent any chance of escape, he restricted Napoleon's movements, censored his correspondence, and insisted on surveillance at all times. Napoleon, proud and irritable, despised Lowe, calling him petty and cruel. Their antagonism defined much of his exile. Yet Napoleon was not entirely alone. A small retinue of loyal followers accompanied him into exile, including generals, aides, and servants. They provided companionship and recorded his thoughts, preserving his final words for posterity. With them, Napoleon spent long hours dictating his memoirs, recounting his campaigns, and shaping the story of his life. He portrayed himself as a man of destiny, a liberator who spread the principles of the revolution, a hero betrayed by kings and coalitions. In exile, Napoleon became his own historian, crafting the legend that would outlive him. Daily life on St. Helena was monotonous. He rose late, walked in the gardens, and conversed with his companions. He played cards, read voraciously, and discussed philosophy and history. Yet the confinement weighed heavily. Cut off from the world he had once dominated, Napoleon grew increasingly melancholic. His health, already fragile, began to decline. Still, he retained moments of defiance. When visitors came, he insisted on being addressed as emperor, refusing to acknowledge his dethronement. He wore his old uniforms, maintained courtly rituals, and acted as though he still ruled. To his followers, he remained a symbol of greatness. To his jailers, he was a restless captive, never fully subdued. Beyond the island, Europe moved on. The Congress of Vienna reshaped the continent, restoring monarchies and redrawing borders. Yet, even from his prison, Napoleon's shadow loomed. Rumors of his escape spread constantly, and his name remained a rallying cry for liberals and revolutionaries, who saw him as the champion of progress against reaction. For Napoleon himself, St. Helena was both a prison and a stage. Though confined, he understood that his words would echo through history. Dictating his memoirs, he cast his life as epic tragedy, the tale of a man who rose from obscurity to conquer Europe, only to be undone by the jealousy of monarchs and the immensity of fate. He compared himself to Prometheus, chained to the rock, suffering for the fire he had given humanity. Exile on St. Helena stripped Napoleon of armies, palaces, and power, but it gave him something else, the chance to shape his legacy. The conqueror became a storyteller. The emperor became a myth. By the early 1820s, Napoleon Bonaparte's years on St. Helena had taken a heavy toll. Once the master of Europe, he now lived as a prisoner on a remote island, surrounded by guards and confined to the damp, unhealthy quarters of Longwood House. Though he retained the trappings of dignity uniforms, rituals, and the loyalty of a small retinue, man who had commanded hundreds of thousands now battled failing health, isolation, and the slow decay of time. Napoleon's health had begun to deteriorate noticeably around 1817. He suffered from chronic stomach pain, nausea, fatigue, and bouts of fever. His companions, alarmed, suspected ulcers or cancer. The harsh climate of St. Helena, humid, windy, and prone to sudden shifts in weather only, worsened his condition. The damp rooms of Longwood, infested with mold and vermin, became a place of suffering. Despite his ailments, Napoleon continued to dictate his memoirs, determined to ensure that history would remember him on his terms. He presented himself as the heir of the French Revolution, the soldier of merit who had toppled kings and spread new laws, not the tyrant his enemies described. These writings, later published in Europe, turned his exile into legend, shaping the image of Napoleon as both hero and martyr. Relations with his jailer, Sir Hudson Lowe, remained hostile. Napoleon believed Lowe treated him with deliberate cruelty, limiting his movements and correspondence. Lowe, for his part, viewed Napoleon as manipulative and dangerous, even in captivity. Their bitter clashes deepened the emperor's sense of injustice, fueling his portrayal of himself as a victim of persecution by jealous monarchs. By 1820, Napoleon's condition had worsened. His walks in the garden grew shorter, his appetite declined, and his once boundless energy faded. He began to dwell increasingly on religion and destiny, contemplating his place in history. He sometimes spoke of Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, and Charlemagne, measuring his life against theirs. Unlike them, he reflected, he would die not on a battlefield or a throne, but in exile on a barren island. In 1821, his health collapsed completely. Confined to his bed, he suffered violent stomach pains and vomiting. His loyal companions, Bertrand Montholon, and others tended him constantly. On May 5, 1821, as a storm swept across St. Helena, Napoleon breathed his last. His final words, according to witnesses, were, "France, T.T.D. France, Army, Head of the Army, Josephine, Bay were the fragments of a life defined by love, ambition, and the nation he had served." Napoleon was just 51 years old. His death sent shockwaves across Europe. Even his enemies recognized the passing of a titan. On the island, British officials arranged for his burial in the Valley of the Willows, near a spring he had admired. He was laid to rest in a simple grave, without inscription, as per British instructions. But death did not end Napoleon's story. Almost immediately, debate raged over the cause of his demise. Some believed he had died of stomach cancer, a condition that had also killed his father. Others suspected he had been poisoned deliberately or accidentally by arsenic, traces of which were later found in his hair. The mystery added to the aura surrounding his final days, feeding the legend of a man whose life life and death were shrouded in drama. For the French people, news of his death evoked sorrow and reflection. Though he had been defeated and dethroned, he remained a figure of pride and fascination. In and salons, veterans recalled his victories, and writers began to romanticize his downfall. To many, Napoleon became not just a ruler, but a symbol: love, glory, ambition, and the tragic cost of greatness. On St. Helena, the emperor was gone, but the myth endured. His companions preserved his memory, publishing memoirs that spread his version of events across Europe. In the decades that followed, his grave became a site of quiet pilgrimage, until his remains were returned to France in 1840, reinterred with grandeur at Les Invalides. In Paris, the death of Napoleon closed the final chapter of a meteoric life, but it opened a new one, the creation of a legend, stripped of power, abandoned by fortune. He nevertheless died as he had lived at the center of the world's attention. A man whose story was inseparable from the destiny of Europe. Napoleon Bonaparte died in exile on St. Helena in 1821. But his influence did not end with his life. If anything, death elevated him from man to myth. For France, for Europe, and for the world, Napoleon's legacy endured long after his empire had crumbled. He was remembered as both a liberator and a tyrant, a genius and a despot, a man who reshaped nations yet could not master his own ambition. His story remains one of the most complex and fascinating in history. In France, his greatest legacy lay in the institutions he created. The Napoleonic Code, established in 1804, became the foundation of modern civil law, enshrining principles of equality before the law, property rights, and secular authority. It abolished feudal privileges and standardized legal systems, not only in France, but across much of Europe. Even today, legal systems from Latin America to the Middle East bear the imprint of Napoleon's code. His reforms of administration, education, and the economy also endured. The creation of prefects established a centralized state that remains at the heart of French governance. The founding of the Bank of France provided financial stability. His system laid the foundation for modern secondary education. These institutions outlived his empire, embedding his vision of order, meritocracy, and efficiency into French society. Militarily, Napoleon transformed the art of war. His core system, emphasizing mobility, flexibility, and independent command, influenced armies for generations. His use of speed, concentration of force, and decisive battle became models studied by generals from Clausewitz to Eisenhower. Even in defeat, his campaigns were regarded as masterpieces of strategy and leadership. Culturally and politically, Napoleon inspired deep passions. To his admirers, he embodied the ideals of the French Revolution: merit over birth, talent rewarded, an opportunity for the ambitious. He was the man who proved that a Corsican outsider could rise to dominate Europe through sheer ability. To his critics, he betrayed those same ideals, replacing liberty with authoritarianism and democracy with personal rule. The debate over Napoleon's true nature, hero or tyrant, continues to this day. His legend grew even larger after his death. Romantic writers like Victor Hugo and Lord Byron cast him as a tragic titan, undone not by his flaws, but by fate and the envy of lesser men. Painters immortalized him, crossing the Alps, standing in coronation robes, or gazing defiantly into the distance. Veterans told stories of his charisma, his memory for names, his ability to inspire loyalty. The Napoleonic myth became a powerful force in French politics, fueling nationalism and nostalgia throughout the 19th century. The return of his remains to Paris in 1840, in a grand ceremony attended by thousands, symbolized his enduring place in the French imagination. Laid to rest in the grand tomb at Les Invalides, Napoleon was honored not merely as a former emperor, but as a national hero. For many, his grandeur embodied the glory of France itself. Beyond France, his impact was equally profound. He redrew the map of Europe, toppling old monarchies and inspiring new nations. His wars spread ideas of legal reform, secular governance, and nationalism, igniting movements that would shape the 19th century. Germany and Italy, fragmented for centuries, began to move toward unification under the influence of Napoleonic reforms. Across Latin America, independence leaders looked to him as a model of revolutionary success. Yet his legacy was not only progressive. The wars of conquest left millions dead, devastated economies, and entrenched hostility between nations. His authoritarian rule, censorship, and dynastic ambitions betrayed the democratic hopes of the revolution. The duality of Napoleon's legacy creator and destroyer, visionary and autocrat, remains central to understanding his place in history. Ultimately, Napoleon's enduring significance lies in his ability to embody contradictions. He was the general who crowned himself emperor, the revolutionary who built a dynasty, the lawgiver who waged endless wars. His life captured the tension between freedom and order, ambition and restraint, glory and ruin. More than 2 centuries later, his shadow still looms. Streets, monuments, and institutions bear his name. His campaigns are studied in military academies worldwide. His reforms continue to shape governments and laws, and his story of meteoric rise and catastrophic fall remains one of the great epics of human history. Napoleon himself perhaps understood this best. On St. Helena, reflecting on his achievements, he declared, "My true glory is not to have won 40 battles. Waterloo will erase the memory of so many victories, but what will live forever is my civil code." He was right. Empires crumble, battles fade, but ideas endure. In the end, Napoleon Bonaparte's legacy is not just that of an emperor or a general, but of a man who reshaped the modern world. His life remains a testament to the heights of human ambition and the dangers of reaching too far. In 1789, France exploded into revolution. Centuries of monarchy, privilege, and inequality collapsed under the weight of financial crisis and popular anger. For a young officer like Napoleon Bonaparte, the revolution was both an upheaval and an opportunity. It tore apart the old order that had limited men of modest nobility, while opening doors for talent and ambition. In the chaos of these years, Napoleon would find his chance to rise. The revolution began with the convocation of the Estates General in May 1789, a gathering meant to address the kingdom's financial woes. Instead, it unleashed a torrent of demands for liberty, equality, and reform. By July, the storming of the Bastille had become the symbol of a new era. Across France, old institutions crumbled. Nobles fled. The church lost its privileges, and the king himself became a prisoner of his people. Napoleon, stationed at various garrisons during these years, watched events unfold with fascination. Though he had sworn an oath to serve the king, his sympathies leaned toward the revolution. Its promise of meritocracy appealed to him. In letters, he praised the ideas of liberty and condemned aristocratic corruption. He admired the writings of Rousseau and embraced the vision of a society where talent, not birth, determined rank. Yet Napoleon's enthusiasm was complicated by his Corsican identity. Returning to his island in 1789, he became involved in Corsican politics once more. The revolution had rekindled hopes of independence, and Napoleon initially aligned himself with the nationalist leader Pasquale Paoli, whom he had once idolized. He hoped the revolution would free Corsica from French domination. But when Paoli turned against France and sought British support, Napoleon chose otherwise. He broke with Paoli, reaffirming his loyalty to France. It was a decisive moment. Napoleon's future would not be as a Corsican patriot, but as a Frenchman destined for greatness. The revolution also transformed the French army. The old aristocratic officer corps disintegrated as nobles emigrated or were purged. Suddenly, opportunities opened for ambitious young men of humble origins. Napoleon, who might have languished as a junior officer in the Ancien, now found promotion within reach. His education, discipline, and technical skill in artillery made him stand out. But the revolution was not only opportunity, was danger. France descended into violence as factions struggled for power. The monarchy was abolished in 1792, the king executed in 1793, and the Reign of Terror began. Revolutionary tribunals sent thousands to the guillotine. Officers suspected of disloyalty were imprisoned or killed. For Napoleon, survival required both caution and commitment. He declared himself a supporter of the Jacobin, the radical faction led by men like Robespierre. Peach, virtue, equality, and ruthless defense of the revolution. During these turbulent years, Napoleon's writings reveal both his idealism and his ambition. He penned pamphlets defending revolutionary principles, criticizing corruption, and proposing reforms. Yet behind the rhetoric was a keen sense of strategy. He aligned himself with those in power, not out of blind loyalty, but out of calculation. He understood that politics was as important as battlefield skill. Meanwhile, France was at war. Monarchies across Europe, Prussia, Britain, and others joined forces to crush the revolution and restore the old order. The young French Republic faced enemies on all sides. Its armies, once disorganized and demoralized, now swelled with volunteers fired by revolutionary zeal. But enthusiasm alone could not defeat seasoned enemies. France needed leaders-commanders who could combine vision, energy, and skill. For Napoleon, the war was destiny. His training in artillery, his grasp of strategy, and his relentless ambition made him uniquely suited for this moment. The revolution had shattered the barriers of birth and privilege. Now, amid the turmoil of politics and the thunder of war, he had the chance to prove himself. In 1793, that chance would come at Toulon, a Mediterranean port seized by royalist rebels and occupied by the British fleet. France needed a savior. Napoleon Bonaparte, still little more than an obscure artillery officer, was about to step onto the stage of history. In 1793, the French Revolution was in peril. Civil war raged in the provinces. The monarchy had been executed, and foreign armies pressed on France's borders. In the south, the port city of Toulon became a symbol of crisis. Royalist rebels, opposed to the Republic, seized the city and invited Britain's powerful navy to occupy its harbor. The British, along with Spanish allies, now held one of France's most important naval bases on the Mediterranean. If Toulon remained in enemy hands, France risked losing control of the sea and of its southern frontier. The Republic responded with force. Armies were dispatched to besiege the city, but the effort faltered. Commanders quarreled, discipline collapsed, and the enemy held firm behind strong fortifications. Into this chaos stepped a young artillery captain named Napoleon Bonaparte. At just 24 years old, he was ambitious, determined, and eager to prove himself. Toulon would be his chance. Napoleon's appointment came almost by accident. The revolutionary government, desperate for competent officers, noticed his skills and placed him in charge of artillery for the siege. When he arrived, he found the French forces disorganized and poorly supplied. Guns were scattered, ammunition was scarce, and commanders lacked a coherent plan. Napoleon immediately imposed order. He inspected the terrain, calculated firing ranges, and began moving artillery into positions that could dominate the harbor. His technical expertise and relentless energy impressed even hardened veterans. Napoleon's plan was bold. Instead of attacking the city directly, he would target the forts and batteries that controlled Toulon's harbor. If these strong points fell, the British fleet would be forced to withdraw, leaving the city vulnerable. His superiors approved, and preparations began. The key position was Fort Legalet, a strategic point overlooking the harbor. Napoleon argued that capturing this fort would cut off the enemy fleet. He directed the placement of heavy artillery, often working alongside his gunners, hauling equipment through mud and rain. His determination inspired the troops, many of whom were volunteers with little training. Slowly, the French batteries tightened their grip on Toulon. The fighting was fierce. British and Spanish forces launched repeated counterattacks, trying to destroy the French guns. In one assault, Napoleon was wounded in the thigh by a bayonet. Despite the injury, he refused to leave the field, continuing to command with calm precision. His courage under fire earned him admiration from soldiers and officers alike. By December 1793, the French artillery had gained the upper hand. At Napoleon's signal, a massive bombardment rained down on Fort Leguillet. After days of pounding, the defenders could hold no longer. French troops stormed the fort, seizing control of the harbor. As Napoleon predicted, the British fleet could not remain under such fire. They burned the French ships they could not save and abandoned the city. The royalist defenders fled, and Toulon fell back into the hands of the Republic. The victory was decisive. For France, it was a desperately needed triumph in a year of turmoil. For Napoleon, it was the turning point of his career. His brilliance in planning, his technical mastery of artillery, and his personal bravery had transformed a failing siege into a resounding success. He was promoted to brigadier general, an extraordinary leap for a man barely out of his teens. The siege of Toulon also revealed traits that would define Napoleon throughout his career. His ability to see the decisive point in battle, his relentless energy in execution, and his capacity to inspire men through personal example. He was no longer an obscure officer. He was a rising star. News of Toulon spread quickly. In Paris, leaders of the revolution hailed Napoleon as a hero of the Republic. His name became associated with victory, and his loyalty to the Jacobins secured him protection during the turbulent politics of the Terror. For the first time, the world glimpsed the genius that would one day dominate Europe. Yet Toulon was more than a military victory. It was the birth of Napoleon's legend. The boy from Corsica, mocked for his accent and obscure origins, had seized history by the throat. The revolution had given him the stage, and he had made himself its indispensable actor. Napoleon Bonaparte's triumph at Toulon in 1793 transformed him overnight, from an obscure artillery officer into one of the most promising young generals of the French Republic. But military genius alone was not enough to survive it, certainly not enough to rise in the volatile world of revolutionary France. Politics, connections, and patronage were as important as cannons and muskets. Napoleon understood this instinctively. He would navigate the treacherous waters of revolutionary politics with the same sharpness he displayed on the battlefield. After Toulon, Napoleon aligned himself with the Jacobins, the radical faction then dominant in Paris under the leadership of Maximilien Robespierre and his allies. The Jacobins admired Napoleon's zeal, his victory, and his professed support for revolutionary ideals. They promoted him, praising him as both a soldier of the Republic and a man of republican virtue. But the alliance was dangerous. When the Jacobins fell during the Thermidorian reaction of 1794, Napoleon's own career nearly collapsed with them. In August 1794, after the fall of Robespierre, Napoleon was arrested for his Jacobin ties. For several weeks, he languished in uncertainty, his future hanging by a thread. Had events gone differently, his career might have ended in obscurity, or even on the guillotine. But the charges against him were weak, and he was eventually released. The experience taught Napoleon a lasting lesson. Politics was as perilous as war, and survival required flexibility. He would never again tie himself too tightly to one faction. Instead, he would cultivate relationships across the political spectrum, using alliances when useful and discarding them when necessary. Despite the setback, Napoleon's reputation as a military genius endured. In 1795, he was assigned to plan military operations in Italy, though political maneuvering soon sidelined him. He was temporarily demoted, reduced to administrative duties, and grew bitter at being ignored. But fortune intervened again that autumn when Paris erupted in the revolt of Chassagne. Royalist insurgents threatened the government, known as the Directory, marching on the capital with thousands of men. The Directory needed a savior. It was Paul Barras, one of the directors and a shrewd politician, who remembered the brilliant artillery officer from Toulon. Barras called on Napoleon to suppress the uprising. Napoleon responded with characteristic decisiveness. He deployed artillery in the streets of Paris and, on October 5, 1795, unleashed a devastating volley of grape shot into the advancing royalist mob. The brutal efficiency of the attack crushed the revolt within hours. Hundreds lay dead in the streets, but the Republic was saved. The episode became famous as the whiff of grape shot. The Directory rewarded Napoleon handsomely. At just 26 years old, he was promoted to General of Division and became a favorite of Barras. The once obscure Corsican now moved in the highest political circles of Paris. His star was rising, and he knew it. It was during this period that Napoleon also forged personal alliances that would shape his future. Through Barras, he met de Beauharnais, a widowed aristocrat with connections to influential figures in Parisian society. Despite her older age and financial struggles, Josephine captivated Napoleon with her charm, grace, and sophistication. Their marriage in 1796 not only provided Napoleon with emotional companionship, but also valuable political connections. Through Josephine, Napoleon gained access to networks of power that extended far beyond the battlefield. Napoleon's ability to combine military talent with political alliances distinguished him from other generals of the Revolution. Many officers achieved victories, but fell victim to shifting factions or personal rivalries. Napoleon, by contrast, understood that to survive he needed patrons, allies, and above all, adaptability. He could present himself as a Jacobin radical when necessary, a loyal servant of the Directory when expedient, or a defender of stability when required. By early 1796, Napoleon's position was secure enough to earn him command of the army of Italy, a force demoralized, poorly supplied, and considered a backwater assignment. Yet for Napoleon, it was the opportunity he had been waiting for, an independent command. A chance to prove himself not only as a tactician, but as a strategist and leader of men. The obscure Corsican boy had become a general at 20. He had survived the fall of Robespierre, crushed a royalist uprising, and married into the heart of Parisian society. With patrons like Barras and allies like Josephine, he was now ready for the next stage of his meteoric rise. The revolution had torn down the old world of privilege and hierarchy. In its ruins, Napoleon Bonaparte was building his empire of opportunity. In early 1796, at the age of just 26, Napoleon Bonaparte received his first independent command, the Army of Italy. On paper, it was a poisoned gift. The army was ill-fed, ill-clothed, and demoralized. Supplies were scarce, soldiers were weary, and morale was low. Stationed in the rugged terrain of northern Italy, they faced seasoned Austrian and Piedmontese forces. Few in Paris expected much from the young general, known more for his political connections than battlefield achievements. But Napoleon saw what others did not, an opportunity to transform defeat into glory. When Napoleon arrived at headquarters, the contrast between commander and army was stark. He was small, pale, and unimpressive in appearance, but his energy and confidence electrified his men. Addressing them in his first proclamation, he declared, "Soldiers, you are naked and ill-fed. The government owes you much, but can give you nothing. Your patience, your courage, do you not lack them? I will lead you into the most fertile plains of the world. There you will find honor, glory, and riches." These words struck like lightning. The soldiers, accustomed to neglect and mediocrity, suddenly saw in their new commander a leader who understood their suffering and promised them victory. From that moment, Napoleon began forging a bond with his men that would become legendary. Strategically, Napoleon faced daunting odds. The Austrian army, supported by their Piedmontese allies, blocked the passes of northern Italy. They expected to defeat the French in detail, using their superior numbers and fortified positions. But Napoleon's genius lay in speed, flexibility, and the ability to strike where the enemy was weakest. Instead of following conventional routes, he moved with astonishing rapidity, dividing his forces and concentrating them at decisive points. His first target was the kingdom of Piedmont's Sardinia. Napoleon realized that if he could knock Piedmont out of the war quickly, he could isolate Austria and focus his strength. In a whirlwind campaign across the Ligurian Alps, he outmaneuvered Piedmontese forces, striking at their flanks and cutting their communications. At battles like Montenot and his troops fought with ferocity, inspired by their commander's presence at the front. Napoleon was everywhere, riding through the ranks, directing artillery, rallying soldiers in person. By April 1796, the Piedmontese were broken. Napoleon dictated an armistice at Corsica, forcing Sardinia to abandon the coalition and cede key fortresses to France. In a matter of weeks, he had transformed the strategic landscape. What had seemed an impossible mission became a resounding success. With Piedmont subdued, Napoleon turned on the Austrians. His campaign was not merely a series of battles, it was a masterclass in operational art. He used the rugged geography of northern Italy to his advantage, crossing rivers, scaling mountains, and moving his forces faster than the Austrians could react. His men marched long hours, often hungry, but their faith in him drove them forward. At Lodi, Napoleon demonstrated the ferocity of his leadership. Facing Austrian forces across the Adda River, he ordered an audacious frontal assault on the bridge. Under heavy fire, French grenadiers stormed forward, supported by artillery that Napoleon personally directed. The attack succeeded, and the Austrians retreated. The victory itself was not decisive, but its psychological impact was immense. Napoleon's soldiers began to call him the Little Corporal, a term of affection that reflected his closeness to the rank and file. Napoleon himself later said that at Lodi he first felt the certainty of his destiny. Napoleon's Italian campaign was not just about military skill, it was also about politics and propaganda. He flooded Paris with reports of his victories, written in stirring prose that glorified both his army and himself. Newspapers spread his name, turning him into a national hero. The young general understood the power of image as much as the power of cannon. By the summer of 1796, Napoleon had transformed the army of Italy into a formidable force, pushing the Austrians back and securing vast territory. His victories brought not only glory, but also plunder, food, supplies, and treasures seized from conquered lands, sustained his army and enriched France. To his soldiers, he delivered what he had promised: honor, riches, and the taste of triumph. The Italian campaign was more than a military success. It was Napoleon's debut as a commander of genius, revealing the traits that would define his career: speed, decisiveness, charisma, and the ability to turn weakness into strength. In the mountains and plains of Italy, the obscure Corsican artillery officer became the rising star of Europe. The world was beginning to take notice. In the spring of 1796, Napoleon Bonaparte was only weeks into his first independent command, but already his Italian campaign had stunned Europe. With dazzling speed, he had forced the kingdom of Sardinia-Piedmont out of the war, leaving Austria exposed. Now, the young general turned his attention to the Habsburg forces in Lombardy. What followed were the battles of Lodi and Arcole, encounters that, though different in scale, became milestones in Napoleon's rise to fame. The Austrian army, commanded by General Beaulieu, withdrew eastward as Napoleon advanced. On May 10th, 1796, they attempted to make a stand at the town of Lodi, using the Oder River as a natural barrier. A long wooden bridge spanned the river, and Austrian guns positioned on the opposite bank commanded it with deadly precision. Crossing seemed impossible. Napoleon, however, was not deterred. He surveyed the scene and devised a daring plan. French artillery bombarded the Austrian positions, while infantry prepared to storm the bridge. At the critical moment, Napoleon placed himself near the front, directing the attack with fearless determination. Under a hail of grape shot and musket fire, French grenadiers charged the bridge. Casualties were heavy, but the momentum was unstoppable. Napoleon's presence was electric. Soldiers later recalled how he seemed to embody courage itself, standing amid smoke and fire, urging them forward. The French finally reached the opposite bank, overwhelming the Austrian defenses. The Austrians retreated in disorder, abandoning Lombardy to Napoleon's control. Militarily, Lodi was not a decisive battle. The Austrian army survived and regrouped, but psychologically it was transformative. For Napoleon's men, it was proof that with him at their side, nothing was impossible. For Napoleon himself, it was a moment of revelation. Later, he would say, "At Lodi, I felt for the first time that I might become a decisive actor on the stage of history." The victory earned him the adoration of his troops, who began to call him le petit caporal, the little corporaler term of affection that reflected his closeness to common soldiers. In Paris, reports of the triumph spread like wildfire. Napoleon was no longer just a competent general. He was becoming a legend. Yet the campaign was far from over. The Austrians, reinforced, remained determined to drive the French from Italy. The fighting continued throughout the year, culminating in another dramatic encounter, the Battle of Arcole, in November 1796. By then, Napoleon's army was stretched thin, exhausted from months of marching and fighting. Facing Austrian forces under General Alvinci, Napoleon found himself in a precarious position near the village of Arcole, southeast of Verona. The battlefield was a swampy landscape crisscrossed by dikes, canals, and narrow bridges, a treacherous setting for maneuver. For 3 days, from November 15th to 17th, the battle raged with ferocity. French assaults were repeatedly repelled by determined Austrian defenses. Morale wavered as exhaustion and mud bogged down the troops. At the height of the struggle, Napoleon seized a flag, mounted the dike, and personally led his men across the bridge at Arcole. The image became iconic. Napoleon, small in stature, but towering in presence, rallying his soldiers by sheer force of will. Though he was eventually dragged back by aides to avoid capture, the moment galvanized his army. Renewed assaults followed, and by the 3rd day, the Austrians, worn down and outmaneuvered, retreated. Arcole was not just a victory of arms, it was a victory of spirit. Against overwhelming fatigue and adverse conditions, Napoleon's charisma turned potential defeat into triumph. The battle reinforced the bond between general and army, proving once again that his presence on the battlefield could inspire men to extraordinary feats. The victories at Lodi and Arcole had far-reaching consequences. Militarily, they secured northern Italy for France, weakening Austria and boosting the Republic's position in Europe. Politically, they catapulted Napoleon into the spotlight. His dispatches to Paris, written in stirring language, portrayed him as a hero of almost mythical stature. Newspapers carried his name across France, and the public began to speak of him not merely as a general, but as a savior of the revolution. For Napoleon himself, these battles confirmed his destiny. He was no longer the obscure artillery officer from Corsica. He was a conqueror, a leader, a man who could shape the fate of nations. Lodi had given him the conviction of greatness. Arcole had given him the aura of invincibility. By late 1796, Napoleon Bonaparte had transformed the army of Italy from a ragged, starving force into a machine of victory. In a whirlwind of campaigns, he had driven Austrian forces out of Lombardy, humiliated Sardinia-Piedmont, and established French dominance across northern Italy. Yet the war was not over. The Habsburg monarchy, still one of Europe's great powers, refused to accept defeat. From Vienna, Austria dispatched reinforcements to crush the upstart general who had shattered their armies. In 1797, Napoleon faced fresh Austrian offensives led by Archduke Charles, one of the empire's most capable commanders. Once again, Napoleon responded with speed and audacity. At Revalle in January 1797, he delivered one of his most brilliant victories. Facing superior numbers, he maneuvered his forces with precision, using the terrain of the Adige Valley to trap and annihilate the Austrian army. The triumph at Rivoli effectively ended Austria's hope of regaining Italy. Now the road lay open to Vienna itself. Napoleon advanced into Austrian territory, crossing the Alps and pushing deep into the heart of the Habsburg lands. Panic gripped the Austrian court. A French army, led by a general barely in his late 20s, was marching within striking distance of their capital. Austria sued for peace. The resulting negotiations were unprecedented. Traditionally, such treaties were handled by diplomats and politicians in Paris. But Napoleon, recognizing the power he held, took the lead himself, meeting Austrian envoys at the small village of Campo Formio in October 1797. He dictated terms that reshaped the map of Europe. The Treaty of Campo Formio was a triumph for France and for Napoleon personally. Austria recognized French control over Belgium and Lombardy, effectively ceding vast territories. The treaty also dissolved the 1,000-year-old Republic of Venice, dividing its lands between Austria and France. Napoleon showed little concern for Venetian independence, sacrificing it to secure French gains. This ruthless pragmatism would become a hallmark of his diplomacy. Perhaps more important than the territorial gains was the symbolism. Napoleon, not the French government, had negotiated directly with one of Europe's great monarchies. He had bypassed Paris, presenting himself as both general and statesman. The Directory ruling France at the time was both thrilled and uneasy. They celebrated his victories, but feared his growing independence. A general who could make peace without consulting his government was no ordinary officer. He was a political force. For Napoleon, Campo Formio marked his emergence as more than a battlefield commander. He was now a negotiator, a diplomat, and a figure who shaped the destiny of nations. The treaty's articles, written partly in his hand, bore witness to his expanding vision. He was not merely winning battles, he was redrawing Europe. The consequences rippled across the continent. Monarchs trembled at the thought of a revolutionary general dictating terms to emperors. Revolutionary France, once isolated and threatened, now stood ascendant, and Napoleon's reputation soared even higher. In the eyes of many, he was the savior of France, the man who had turned defeat into empire. Back in Paris, the Directory faced a dilemma. Napoleon was too popular to ignore and too successful to control. Crowds cheered his name. Newspapers praised his genius. And artists painted him as a new Alexander or Caesar. He was no longer simply serving the revolution. He was overshadowing it. Napoleon himself understood this shift. At just 28 years old, he had risen from obscurity to command, conquered northern Italy, forced Austria to its knees, and reshaped Europe with the stroke of a pen. He returned to France not just as a victorious general, but as a national hero whose fame eclipsed that of the politicians in power. The Italian campaigns, culminating in the Treaty of Campo Formio, were the crucible in which Napoleon forged his legend. He had demonstrated mastery of strategy, charisma in leadership, and shrewdness in diplomacy. Europe had been forced to recognize him, and France had found in him something more than a soldier. Napoleon Bonaparte was no longer merely a general of the revolution. He was a man destined to shape history. The world, watching anxiously, could sense it. A new power had risen, one that would challenge kings, empires, and traditions alike. By 1798, Napoleon Bonaparte was Europe's rising star. His victories in Italy had made him a household name. His treaty at Campo Formio had reshaped the continent, and his reputation loomed over the Directory in Paris. Yet his very success was also a threat. The politicians feared his popularity and ambition. To contain him and, perhaps, to rid themselves of him. They offered him a new mission: lead an expedition to Egypt. The plan was bold. Britain, France's greatest enemy, relied on access to India for wealth and power. By seizing Egypt, France could disrupt that route and strike at Britain's empire indirectly. The Directory also hoped the campaign would keep Napoleon far from Paris, where his growing influence unsettled them. For Napoleon, the expedition promised glory beyond Europe, the chance to carve out a new empire in the East. In May 1798, Napoleon set sail with an army of nearly 40,000 men and a fleet of over 300 ships. Alongside soldiers and sailors, he brought scholars, scientists, and artisan army of the Orient, not only of war, but of knowledge. They were tasked with studying Egypt's ancient civilization, cataloging its monuments, and bringing back treasures of science and culture. It was a mission of conquest and enlightenment combined, one that would leave a lasting mark on history. The voyage was perilous, with the British Navy prowling the Mediterranean, but fortune favored Napoleon. He slipped past Admiral Nelson and landed near Alexandria in July 1798. The city fell quickly, though resistance from the local population was fierce. Egypt, though nominally part of the Ottoman Empire, was under the control of the Mamluks, a warrior caste who ruled with an iron grip. These horsemen, famous for their dazzling armor and fearless charges, would be Napoleon's first great test in the desert. On July 21st, 1798, near Cairo, the French army faced the full might of the Mamluk cavalry at what became known as the Battle of the Pyramids. The two armies could not have been more different. The Mamluks, mounted on magnificent horses and armed with sabers and muskets, relied on speed, shock, and centuries of tradition. Napoleon's troops, disciplined and drilled, were equipped with modern artillery and muskets. Napoleon arranged his men in massive divisional squares, each a fortress of bayonets and cannon on all sides. As the Mamluks charged, wave after wave, the French formations held firm. The cavalry thundered forward, but broke against the walls of fire. French artillery tore through the horsemen, while infantry volleys decimated their ranks. The battle was short but decisive. Within hours, the Mamluk army was shattered, their leaders slain, and Cairo lay open to Napoleon. From the battlefield, soldiers could see the great pyramids rising on the horizon, ancient witnesses to a new conqueror's triumph. Napoleon is said to have declared to his men, "Soldiers, from the heights of these pyramids, 40 centuries look down upon you." Whether he actually spoke these words or not, they captured the grandeur of the moment. The victory at the pyramids gave Napoleon control of Egypt. Cairo surrendered, and the French established themselves as rulers of the land. Napoleon sought to present himself not as a foreign conqueror, but as a liberator. He proclaimed respect for Islam, attended ceremonies at mosques, and assured Egyptians that he came to overthrow the oppressive Mamluks, not their faith. He even declared, somewhat cynically, that he was a friend of the Prophet Muhammad. Meanwhile, the scholars who had accompanied the army began their work, studying temples, monuments, and flora. Their discoveries, later compiled in the monumental description De l'Egypte, would spark European fascination with Egyptology. Napoleon's campaign was thus both a conquest of arms and an expedition of science. Yet beneath the surface of victory, cracks were already forming. The French faced hostility from the local population, who resented their presence. Supplies were scarce, the desert climate was harsh, and disease began to spread among the troops. Most dangerously of all, the British fleet still lurked, waiting for the moment to strike. For now, however, Napoleon basked in his triumph. He had defeated the fabled Mamluks, taken Cairo, and declared himself master of Egypt. The pyramids stood as silent witnesses to his ambition. To his men, and to much of Europe, it seemed that Napoleon's destiny had expanded beyond nations. He was reaching for empire, just in Europe, but across the ancient lands of the East. Napoleon's victory at the Battle of the Pyramids in July 1798 secured his control over Cairo and much of Egypt. But beneath the surface of triumph, his expedition faced a looming danger. The French army, though victorious on land, was isolated. Its lifeline, the fleet that had brought Napoleon and his men across the Mediterranean, lay anchored in Abdication Bay, near the mouth of the Nile. There, under the command of Vice Admiral Francois Paul Bruys, the French navy waited, vulnerable. The French fleet had performed its role in transporting the army, but its position was precarious. Supplies were limited, the anchorage poorly defended, and morale uncertain. Napoleon, focused on consolidating power in Cairo, underestimated the danger posed by the British Navy. Yet his greatest rival was already on the hunt. Admiral Horatio Nelson, commanding the Royal Navy's Mediterranean fleet, had pursued Napoleon across the sea, narrowly missing him on the voyage to Egypt. Now, Nelson had discovered the French fleet at anchor in Abdication Bay on the evening of August 1st, 1798. He launched one of the most audacious and devastating naval attacks in history, the Battle of the Nile. The French believed their position was secure. Their ships of the line, anchored in a strong defensive line close to shore, presented a formidable barrier. Admiral Bruys was confident the British could not attack both sides of his ships in the shallow waters. But Nelson's genius lay in seeing what others dismissed. As his fleet approached at dusk, Nelson ordered his ships to sail not only along the seaward side of the French line, but also between the French and the shore, catching them in a deadly crossfire. The battle began in the fading light. The thunder of broadsides shook the bay as British ships poured fire into French hulls at point-blank range. The French fought bravely, but chaos spread as they were attacked from both flanks. The anchored line, once thought invincible, became a trap. At the center of the French line lay the flagship Lorient, a massive vessel carrying 120 guns. As the battle raged, fire broke out aboard the ship. Flames spread rapidly, illuminating the night sky. Then, in one of the most spectacular moments of naval history, the powder magazine exploded. Lorient erupted in a cataclysmic fireball. The shock wave felt miles away. Hundreds perished instantly, and burning debris rained down upon the bay. The destruction of the flagship shattered French morale. By dawn, the French fleet was annihilated. 11 ships of the line were captured or destroyed. Only a handful managed to escape. The British had suffered minimal losses. The Battle of the Nile was not merely a defeat, it was a disaster. The French army in Egypt was cut off from reinforcements, supplies, and communication with France. Napoleon and his men were stranded. The consequences were immense. In Europe, the news electrified France's enemies. The aura of Napoleon's invincibility was broken. Britain celebrated Nelson as a national hero. His daring strategy and crushing victory immortalized in song and story. The balance of power in the Mediterranean had shifted decisively in Britain's favor. For Napoleon, the impact was devastating, but not immediately fatal. His army, though stranded, remained intact and victorious on land. In Cairo, he attempted to mask the disaster, portraying it as a setback rather than a catastrophe. He urged his men to see themselves not as prisoners, but as pioneers, carving out a new destiny in Egypt. Still, the reality was clear. Without naval support, the expedition was doomed to isolation. The French soldiers, now trapped in a foreign land, faced rising hostility from the Egyptian population. Insurrections flared in Cairo, fueled by resentment of French rule and by the knowledge that the invaders had no way home. Disease, hunger, and desert conditions compounded their misery. What had begun as a bold strike at Britain's empire was turning into a quagmire. Yet Napoleon refused to admit defeat. His ambition and energy drove him to press onward, seeking new victories to compensate for the loss at sea. He launched expeditions into Syria, hoping to expand his conquests. But the shadow of Nelson's triumph loomed over everything. The Nile had severed the link between France and its army in Egypt. The dream of a French empire in the east had been dealt a mortal blow. The Battle of the Nile was more than a naval engagement. It was a turning point. It demonstrated the supremacy of British sea power, a supremacy that would haunt Napoleon for the rest of his career. No matter how brilliant his victories on land, the oceans remained beyond his grasp. Nelson's cannons had not only destroyed the French fleet, they had also destroyed Napoleon's hope of striking at Britain through the east. For the first time, Napoleon's destiny seemed uncertain. His men were trapped, his fleet obliterated, his enemies emboldened. Yet the young general still possessed one weapon his foes underestimated: his unbreakable will. By the end of 1799, Napoleon Bonaparte's grand Egyptian adventure was unraveling. The expedition that had begun with such promise, the triumph at the Battle of the Pyramids, the conquest of Cairo, the scientific marvels of his scholars, was overshadowed by the catastrophe at the Nile. Admiral Nelson's victory had cut the French army off from Europe, leaving them stranded in hostile territory. Napoleon's dreams of an Eastern Empire lay in ruins. On land, the situation grew worse. French rule in Egypt faced constant resistance. In October 1798, Cairo erupted in open revolt. Mobs stormed through the streets, attacking French troops, killing soldiers, and slaughtering civilians perceived as collaborators. The French responded with brutal repression, bombarding the city with artillery and executing rebels by the hundreds. Though order was restored, the uprising revealed the depth of Egyptian hostility. Meanwhile, Napoleon's attempt to expand the campaign into Syria turned into disaster. In early 1799, he marched north with hopes of seizing Acre, by a key port that would open the way into the Ottoman heartland. But the siege dragged on for months, hampered by disease, poor supplies, and determined defenders reinforced by the British Navy. Napoleon's troops suffered horribly from plague, and despite repeated assaults, Acre held out. In May, Napoleon was forced to retreat back to Egypt. For a man accustomed to victory, it was a bitter humiliation. Despite these setbacks, Napoleon worked to preserve his image. He orchestrated propaganda to maintain morale, emphasizing his victories and downplaying defeats. He presented himself as a bringer of modernity, issuing decrees on law, medicine, and agriculture. His scholars continued to study Egypt, producing discoveries that would later astonish Europe. But the reality was stark. The expedition was faltering, and France itself was in crisis. Back in Europe, the Directory faced mounting troubles. France was at war with the Second Coalition, a new alliance of Austria, Britain, Russia, and others determined to crush the Republic. French armies suffered defeats in Italy and Germany, and public confidence in the government collapsed. In Paris, whispers grew louder. Perhaps only Napoleon could save France. Sensing opportunity, Napoleon made a fateful decision. In August 1799, without informing his army or the Directory, he secretly boarded a ship with a small group of loyal officers. Braving the British blockade, he sailed back across the Mediterranean, leaving his soldiers behind in Egypt. To some, it was abandonment. To Napoleon, it was necessity. Egypt was a dead end. France was where his destiny lay. The voyage was perilous, but fortune once again favored him. Evading British patrols, he landed in October 1799. To his relief, he was greeted not as a deserter, but as a hero. News of his victories, magnified by propaganda, had reached France. While the defeats and hardships of his army were little known, crowds hailed him as the savior of the Republic, cheering his return. The Directory, weak and discredited, could do little to resist his rising star. Napoleon's sudden return shocked Europe. In Egypt, his abandoned soldiers fought on bravely under General, but the expedition was doomed. By 1801, they would surrender to the British and Ottomans. Yet, for Napoleon, the failure in Egypt did not matter. He had escaped the quagmire and arrived in France at the perfect moment to seize power. The paradox of the Egyptian campaign was complete. Strategically, it was a disaster. France lost its fleet, failed to establish control, and eventually abandoned its army. But politically, it was a triumph for Napoleon. Through careful control of information, he transformed setbacks into stories of courage and glory. The public remembered the pyramids, not the Nile, the vision of empire, not the retreat from Acre. By November 1799, just weeks after his return, Napoleon would overthrow the Directory in the coup of 18 Brumaire, becoming first consul of France. Egypt, for all its failures, had served its purpose. It had kept him away from Paris until the moment was ripe. It had enhanced his legend, showing him not only as a general but as a visionary who dared to reach beyond Europe. The question remains, was Napoleon's Egyptian campaign a success or a failure? Militarily, it was a failure, his army stranded, his fleet destroyed, his ambitions thwarted. But politically, it was a success of the highest order. It elevated his reputation, gave him a heroic aura, and set the stage for his rise to supreme power. For Napoleon, that was what mattered most. Victory and defeat were tools, stepping stones on the path to destiny. Egypt had been a mirage, but it had also been a launch pad. From the banks of the Nile, Napoleon Bonaparte returned to France, not diminished, but stronger than ever, ready to seize the crown of power. By 1799, the French Revolution had devoured a decade of turmoil. The monarchy was gone, the Republic proclaimed, and yet France remained unstable. The Directory, established in 1795 as a compromise government, was intended to bring stability after the chaos of the Reign of Terror. Instead, it proved corrupt, divided, and ineffectual. As wars dragged on and the economy faltered, public faith in the Directory crumbled. Into this vacuum of leadership, Napoleon Bonaparte returned from Egypt, poised to seize the moment. The Directory consisted of 5 directors who shared executive authority. In theory, it balanced power to prevent dictatorship. In practice, it produced paralysis. The directors bickered constantly, struggled with financial crises, and failed to address popular discontent. Inflation, food shortages, and heavy taxation made life miserable for ordinary French citizens. Meanwhile, France remained at war with a second coalition Britain, Austria, Russia, and others intent on crushing the revolution. Military defeats in Germany and Italy further undermined the Directory's legitimacy. Corruption became rampant. Directors enriched themselves while neglecting the needs of the people. Bribery and patronage were commonplace, fueling resentment. Even revolutionaries who had once supported the Directory now denounced it as a betrayal of the revolution's ideals. Calls grew for a strong leader who could restore order, defend France, and deliver stability. Napoleon's return in October 1799 electrified the situation. Though his Egyptian expedition had been strategically disastrous, news of his victories had been carefully managed. The French public saw him not as a failed adventurer, but as a victorious general. He arrived in Paris to cheering crowds, hailed as the savior of France. Politicians quickly recognized his potential. Napoleon was popular with the army, adored by the people, and respected, even feared by his rivals. Key figures in the government began to conspire. Emmanuel Joseph, one of the directors, believed the Directory had run its course. Pye was a revolutionary thinker, author of the famous pamphlet, What is the Third Estate? And he dreamed of creating a more stable and efficient government. But he lacked military power. Napoleon, on the other hand, had the army at his back. The two men formed an alliance of convenience, provided the political vision, Napoleon the force to carry it out. The plan was clear: overthrow the Directory in a coup, and replace it with a new system of government. The conspirators included not only Napoleon, but also key allies, like Roger Ducos, another director, and Napoleon's brother, Lucien Bonaparte, who served as president of the Council of 500, the lower house of the legislature. Together, they plotted to dismantle the Directory from within. Tension grew as the conspirators prepared. France was weary of instability. Many citizens longed for order, even if it meant sacrificing some of the revolution's ideals. The army, loyal to Napoleon, stood ready. All that was needed was the spark to ignite change. That spark came in November 1799, known in the revolutionary calendar as the 18th of Brumaire, year 8. The coup was carefully staged. The Directory, already weakened, was split apart by resignations and pressure. Troops loyal to Napoleon surrounded Paris, ensuring that resistance would be futile. Legislators were summoned to a meeting outside the city, where the coup would unfold under the shadow of bayonets. The fall of the Directory was not a sudden collapse, but the culmination of years of corruption, division, and failure. By 1799, the Republic was desperate for stability, and Napoleon's return offered hope, though it was hope wrapped in ambition. The Directory's weakness was its death sentence. The revolution had promised liberty and equality, but now the people yearned for security. In that yearning, they were willing to embrace a strong hand. The Directory's fall cleared the way for Napoleon to step forward, not as a servant of the Republic, but as its master. The stage was set for the coup of 18 Brumaire, when Napoleon would seize power and reshape France in his image. The revolution's chaos had opened the door, and the little general from Corsica was ready to walk through it. On the morning of November 9th, 1799, 18 Brumaire, year 8, the streets of Paris were filled with tension. Soldiers marched under the command of Napoleon Bonaparte. Their presence meant to project order, but also to intimidate. The coup had begun. The carefully constructed alliance between Napoleon, Pye, and their fellow conspirators now moved to dismantle the failing Directory and replace it with a new system of government, one centered on Napoleon himself. The first step was to neutralize the Directory. Of its 5 members, 2 and Ducos were part of the conspiracy. The others were pressured to resign or were placed under house arrest. By mid-morning, the Directory effectively ceased to exist. Napoleon had removed the executive body that ruled France, but legitimacy was still needed. The coup could not simply be a military putsch. It had to be dressed in the language of legality. To achieve this, the conspirators turned to the legislative councils, the Council of Ancients and the Council of 500. Had arranged for the ancients to issue a decree relocating both chambers from Paris to St. Cloud, a palace just outside the city. The official excuse was a supposed Jacobin plot that made Paris unsafe. In reality, the move allowed Napoleon to control the process, as troops loyal to him surrounded St. Cloud. On November 10th, the drama reached its climax. The ancients met calmly, persuaded by arguments that a new constitution was necessary. But in the Council of 500, chaos erupted. Many deputies suspected treachery. When Napoleon entered the chamber to address them, he expected applause and submission. Instead, he was met with shouts of "Down with the dictator" and "Outlaw him." The deputies accused him of plotting tyranny, and the atmosphere turned violent. For a rare moment, Napoleon faltered. He was not an eloquent orator, and his nervous speech failed to win the assembly. Accounts describe him stammering, his voice drowned by gears. Some deputies surged forward, and Napoleon was physically jostled, nearly struck. His guards rushed to protect him, escorting him out of the chamber shaken and pale. The coup teetered on the brink of collapse. But then, Napoleon's younger brother, Lucien Bonaparte, president of the 500, intervened decisively. Lucien denounced the hostile deputies as conspirators themselves, claiming they threatened the Republic. In a dramatic gesture, he drew his sword and swore to kill his own brother if Napoleon betrayed France. This theatrical display, combined with the presence of bayonets outside, turned the tide. Napoleon's loyal soldiers now entered the chamber. General Huachi Murat, one of Napoleon's most trusted officers, led grenadiers into the hall, clearing it by force. Deputies fled in panic, some leaping out of windows to escape. The legislature was silenced not by debate, but by soldiers' boots. By nightfall, the coup was complete. With the 500 dispersed and the Directory dissolved, the conspirators established a provisional government. Napoleon and ducos were declared provisional consuls with authority to draft a new constitution. In reality, Napoleon was already the dominant figure. The army obeyed him, the public adored him, and his rivals were too divided or too fearful to resist. The seizure of power on 18 and 19 Brumaire was not a dramatic revolution, cut in the streets, but a carefully orchestrated coup within the halls of government. It revealed Napoleon's genius not only on the battlefield but in politics. His ability to combine force, propaganda, and legality into one irresistible package. The coup had the appearance of legality, cloaked in decrees and votes, but its substance was military coercion. For France, the day marked the end of the revolution as it had begun in 1789. The experiment with republican democracy, flawed and unstable, gave way to authoritarian rule. For Napoleon, it was the beginning of a new chapter, no longer a servant of the Republic, but its master. As he left St. Cloud that night, Napoleon had seized power not with bloodshed, but with a display of will, backed by soldiers, bayonets, and his brother's theatrics. The coup of 18 Brumaire was complete. France had a new ruler, though his title had yet to be defined. The revolution had given birth to a man who would soon crown himself emperor. The coup of 18 Brumaire had swept away the Directory, but the question remained: what would replace it? In the weeks that followed, Napoleon Bonaparte and his allies drafted a new constitution, one designed to give the appearance of republican legitimacy while concentrating power in Napoleon's hands. The revolution had promised liberty, equality, and fraternity. Now France would be ruled by a man who claimed to embody those ideals while reshaping them to serve his own ambition. The new system was called the Consulate. On paper, it consisted of 3 consuls, chosen for 10-year terms, who would share executive power. In practice, the arrangement was a facade. Napoleon was named first consul, while ducos, though initially influential, were quickly sidelined. Real authority flowed entirely through Napoleon. The Constitution gave him the power to propose laws, control the army, appoint officials, and direct foreign policy. The legislative bodies that remained were reduced to little more than advisory roles. Napoleon understood the importance of appearances. He insisted that the new government was not a dictatorship, but a restoration of order. To the weary French public, exhausted by a decade of revolution, terror, and corruption, his message resonated. He promised to defend the revolution's achievements while ending chaos. Citizens, he declared, the revolution is fixed on the principles from which it began. It is finished. To many, these words sounded like salvation. As first consul, Napoleon moved swiftly to consolidate power. He reorganized the administration, centralizing authority in Paris and appointing loyal officials across the provinces. The chaotic patchwork of revolutionary governments was replaced with a streamlined bureaucracy. Prefects, directly answerable to the central government, oversaw local administration. This system, efficient and hierarchical, allowed Napoleon to project authority into every corner of France. Napoleon also sought to reconcile divisions within French society. The revolution had left the nation scarred by conflict between royalists and republicans, Catholics and secularists, rich and poor. As first consul, Napoleon presented himself as a unifier. He pardoned émigrés who had fled during the revolution, encouraging them to return and invest in the nation. At the same time, he reassured former revolutionaries that their gains abolition of feudal privileges. Equality before the law would remain intact. Religion posed a particularly thorny issue. France had been torn apart by the revolution's hostility toward the Catholic Church. Napoleon, pragmatic as ever, recognized that reconciliation was essential for stability. He began negotiations with the Pope that would later result in the Concordat of 1801, restoring the Church's role in French life while keeping it under state control. This policy reflected Napoleon's genius for compromise. He gave each faction enough to feel satisfied, while ensuring that ultimate authority remained his own. Military power remained the backbone of Napoleon's rule. As first consul, he commanded the loyalty of the army, which saw him as the embodiment of revolutionary merit and martial glory. His soldiers had marched with him through Italy and Egypt, and they trusted his leadership. The army, in turn, gave him the means to intimidate rivals and suppress dissent. France was still at war with the Second Coalition, and victories on the battlefield would soon reinforce his political legitimacy at home. Propaganda played an equally vital role. Napoleon carefully crafted his image as the savior of France. His proclamations, bulletins, and staged public appearances portrayed him as a man of destiny, chosen to guide the nation. Artists and writers glorified his achievements, presenting him as the heir of Caesar and Charlemagne. The press, tightly controlled, echoed his narrative in the eyes of many French citizens. Napoleon was not just a general or a politician. He was the embodiment of stability, authority, and national pride. Yet beneath the facade of republicanism, the truth was clear. The revolution's experiment with democratic governance had ended. Power was now concentrated in the hands of a single man. Napoleon, still only 30 years old, had maneuvered himself into the position of master of France. The consulate was the bridge between the Republic and the Empire, and Napoleon was already preparing to cross it. As first consul, Napoleon achieved what the revolution could not: order. But the price was liberty. The councils still existed, but they were powerless. Elections continued, but they were manipulated. Opposition was tolerated only when it posed no threat. The people, weary of instability, accepted the trade. Better a strong leader than endless turmoil. The coup of Brumaire had been a gamble. Within weeks, it was clear that Napoleon had won. France, desperate for peace and order, embraced him as first consul. But for Napoleon, this was only the beginning. He had secured power, but he hungered for more. From the consulate, the path led inexorably to the crown. One of Napoleon Bonaparte's most enduring achievements was not won on the battlefield, but written into the fabric of law. As first consul, he sought not only to consolidate his own power, but to give France a lasting structure, something that would outlive him. The revolution had overturned centuries of custom, abolished feudal privileges, and proclaimed equality. But it had also left behind chaos. Dozens of conflicting laws, regional variations, and legal uncertainty. France needed order. Napoleon would provide it in the form of the Napoleonic Code. Before Napoleon, French law was a patchwork of systems. In the north, customary law prevailed, rooted in feudal traditions. In the south, Roman law shaped justice. Revolutionary governments had tried to unify this chaos, but with little success. Judges interpreted laws inconsistently, and ordinary citizens often had no clear understanding of their rights or obligations. Napoleon saw this as intolerable. A nation, he believed, required clarity, stability, and equality before the law. In 1800, he established a commission of jurists to draft a single, unified legal code. Napoleon himself took an active role in the process. Though not a legal scholar, He attended many sessions, questioned the drafters, and insisted on practical solutions. He demanded that the code be concise, logical, and accessible to all. Laws should be made for men of ordinary intelligence, he declared, not for scholars. The resulting code, Civil de Franquet, later known as the Napoleonic Code, was completed in 1804. It was revolutionary in its clarity and scope. For the first time, all French citizens were subject to the same laws, regardless of region, class, or status. The code enshrined key principles of the revolution: equality before the law, protection of property, secular authority over the state, and the abolition of feudal privileges. Nobles and peasants alike stood equal in the eyes of the law. Yet the code also reflected Napoleon's conservative instincts. While it protected property rights and guaranteed civil equality, it reinforced the authority of the family patriarch. Husbands were given control over their wives and children. Women, though granted some rights, remained legally dependent on men. Napoleon saw this as necessary for social order. "Women," he once remarked bluntly, "are given to us to bear children." The code thus balanced revolutionary ideals with a vision of hierarchy and control. Criminal law was also reshaped. Harsh penalties were codified for crimes against property and authority, reflecting Napoleon's determination to maintain order. At the same time, the code restricted the arbitrary power of judges, ensuring that sentences were consistent and predictable. For Napoleon, law was not only about justice, but about stability. The significance of the Napoleonic Code extended far beyond France. As Napoleon's armies conquered Europe, they carried the code with them. In Italy, Germany, the Low Countries, and beyond, the principles of the code replaced old feudal systems. Even after Napoleon's defeat, many of these legal reforms remained in place. The code's influence spread globally, shaping modern legal systems from Latin America to the Middle East. Today, much of continental Europe's civil law still bears its imprint. Napoleon took immense pride in this achievement. Though he is remembered for Austerlitz, Waterloo, and the march across Europe, he insisted that the code was his true legacy. "My true glory," he once said in exile, "is not the 40 battles I won. For Waterloo will destroy the memory of so many victories. But what will live forever is my civil code." The Napoleonic Code represented the essence of Napoleon's rule: order imposed on chaos, equality tempered by authority, progress harnessed to stability. It reflected his genius for organization and his instinct for control, in creating a legal foundation that outlasted his empire. Napoleon ensured that his name would endure not only as a conqueror, but as a lawgiver. As first consul, Napoleon had given France more than victories. He had given it structure. The revolution had torn down the old order. Napoleon, with the Napoleonic Code, built something new, a system that still shapes the world to centuries later. While the Napoleonic Code provided France with legal order, Napoleon Bonaparte knew that true stability required more than laws. A nation exhausted by a decade of revolution, terror, and war needed prosperity. As first consul, Napoleon turned his attention to rebuilding the economic and social foundations of France. His reforms reshaped everything from taxation and banking to education and infrastructure, creating the backbone of a modern state. The French economy in 1799 was in ruins. Years of war and revolutionary turmoil had disrupted trade, drained the treasury, and created rampant inflation. Tax collection was inefficient and corrupt, with local officials often pocketing revenue before it reached the state. Napoleon recognized that without financial stability, no government could survive. His first priority was to reform taxation. He streamlined the system, eliminating corrupt intermediaries and placing tax collection directly under central control. New tax inspectors, loyal to Paris rather than local elites, ensured revenues flowed efficiently to the state. The reforms broadened the tax base, making it harder for the wealthy to evade obligations. By ensuring predictable income, Napoleon gave the government the financial resources it needed to function effectively. To manage this new system, Napoleon founded the Bank of France in 1800, modeled on successful institutions in Britain and the Netherlands. The bank provided credit, stabilized currency, and gave the state a reliable source of loans. It also boosted confidence among merchants and financiers, who now trusted the stability of the regime. In a country scarred by inflation and worthless paper money during the Revolution, the Bank of France restored faith in currency and commerce. Economic growth also depended on infrastructure. Napoleon invested in roads, bridges, and canals, recognizing that efficient transportation was vital for trade and military mobility. He launched ambitious projects to connect Paris with provincial cities, ensuring the capital remained the center of national life. Bridges spanned rivers, highways linked regions, and canals improved internal trade. These works not only stimulated the economy, but also symbolized the strength of his government. Education, too, was central to Napoleon's vision. He believed that a strong state required disciplined, loyal citizens trained to serve both government and army. To this end, he reformed the school system, creating secondary schools, designed to provide standardized, merit-based education. Unlike the patchwork of local schools from before, they were centrally controlled, with curricula emphasizing mathematics, science, and military preparation. Students were chosen based on ability, not birth, reinforcing the principle of meritocracy. Napoleon also expanded opportunities in higher education, establishing specialized schools for law, engineering, and administration. These institutions produced a new class of professionals loyal to the state. For the first time, France had a systematic approach to training its bureaucrats, officers, and administrators. This professionalized elite became the engine of Napoleon's regime, ensuring competence and efficiency. Socially, Napoleon sought to reconcile the divisions of the revolution. He recognized the importance of property rights, especially for peasants who had gained land during the redistribution of church and noble estates. By protecting these gains in law, he secured the loyalty of millions of small landowners. Peasants, once the backbone of revolt, now became defenders of stability. The urban working classes, too, saw improvements. While Napoleon suppressed radical politics and restricted trade unions, P ensured steady employment through public works and military expansion. The army itself offered social mobility, allowing men of humble origins to rise through the ranks based on merit. Napoleon, once a poor Corsican officer, embodied this promise himself. At the same time, Napoleon cultivated support among the bourgeois, either middle classes of merchants, lawyers, and professionals. They had benefited from the revolution's destruction of aristocratic privilege, and Napoleon offered them stability to protect their gains. His policies favored commerce and industry, rewarding enterprise while ensuring that wealth served the state. Together, these reforms created a foundation of loyalty. The peasants supported him because he safeguarded their land. The bourgeoisie backed him because he protected their wealth. The army adored him as their general. Even conservatives, weary of revolution, welcomed the order he imposed. In this way, Napoleon built a coalition of support that made his rule secure. Napoleon's economic and social reforms reveal his genius for practical governance. He was not an ideologue, but a pragmatist. Where the revolution had destroyed, he rebuilt. Where chaos reigned, he imposed order. His policies combined revolutionary principles of equality and merit with authoritarian control, producing a system both modern and centralized. By 1802, the results were clear. France was more stable than it had been in a decade. Roads and schools were functioning. Finances were solid, and the people enjoyed relative prosperity. Napoleon had delivered on his promise of order, winning not only obedience but genuine admiration. Yet these reforms also served his ambition. By centralizing administration, he placed all power in his hands. By training a new elite, he ensured their loyalty to him personally. By stabilizing the economy, he gave himself the resources to wage future wars. The consulate was not just about rebuilding France, it was about building a foundation for empire. While Napoleon Bonaparte's legal, economic, and educational reforms brought stability to France, he knew that one great wound still threatened the nation: religion. The French Revolution had unleashed bitter conflict with the Catholic Church, seizing its lands, persecuting clergy, and promoting secularism. By 1799, millions of French citizens remained alienated from the state, clinging to their faith despite official hostility. For Napoleon, reconciliation with the Church was not a matter of piety, it was a matter of power. Napoleon himself was no devout Catholic. He was pragmatic, skeptical, and often dismissive of religious doctrine. But he understood the Church's influence over the people. A society without religion, he once remarked, is like a ship without a compass. If he could harness Catholicism to his regime, he would secure the loyalty of the rural masses and neutralize one of the Revolution's most divisive legacies. In 1801, Napoleon opened negotiations with Pope Pius VII. The result was the Concordat of 1801, a landmark agreement that redefined the relationship between church and state in France. The Concordat recognized Catholicism as the religion of the majority of French citizens, but not the official state religion, preserving the revolution's principle of religious freedom. The Pope regained some authority, particularly over the appointment of bishops, but Napoleon retained the power to nominate candidates, ensuring state control. The Church accepted the revolution's changes. Confiscated lands remained in the hands of their new owners, a critical concession that reassured peasants and bourgeoisie alike. In return, priests were placed on the state payroll, making them civil servants dependent on the regime. The clergy swore loyalty to the state, and the Church once again played a role in French public life, albeit under Napoleon's watchful eye. The Concordat was a masterstroke of compromise. To Catholics, it restored their faith's dignity and ended years of persecution. To revolutionaries, it confirmed that the revolution's social gains were safe. To Napoleon, it meant that the Church, once a rival power, was now subordinated to the state. He could present himself as both the restorer of religion and the defender of revolutionary principles. But Napoleon did not stop at reconciliation. He sought total control over religion in France. Alongside the Concordat, he issued the Organic Articles, a unilateral set of regulations that strictly limited the Pope's influence. The state controlled church communications, regulated seminaries, and restricted religious orders. In effect, the Catholic Church operated under Napoleon's authority. This policy reflected the broader pattern of his rule: centralization. Napoleon believed that power must flow from the top, radiating outward in strict hierarchy. He reorganized France's administration into a pyramid, with himself at the apex. Prefects, appointed by Paris, governed each department, reporting directly to the central government. Local autonomy vanished. Whether in taxation, policing, or justice, decisions emanated from the center. Even the press was centralized. Napoleon censored newspapers, shutting down dozens and allowing only a handful to operate under strict control. Journalism became an instrument of propaganda, praising his reforms and victories while silencing dissent. Education, too, was centralized, with curricula dictated by the state and designed to instill loyalty and discipline. The combination of the Concordat and centralization forged a new kind of state: modern, efficient, and authoritarian. Napoleon had reconciled old enemies while ensuring their submission. The Church was restored, but it was domesticated. The provinces were governed, but by officials loyal to Paris. The press informed, but only in Napoleon's voice. For ordinary French citizens, these changes brought order. After years of revolution, terror, and civil war, stability was welcome. Peasants attended Mass without fear of persecution. Merchants conducted business under reliable laws. Parents sent their sons to schools that promised opportunity. Life, at last, seemed predictable. Yet beneath the calm surface, the price was freedom. Local traditions were suppressed, dissenting voices silenced, and the Church subordinated. Napoleon's genius lay in making these sacrifices appear necessary, even beneficial. He convinced the French that order was worth more than liberty, that security outweighed democracy. By 1802, Napoleon's position as first consul was unassailable. His Concordat had pacified religious strife. His reforms had stabilized the economy, and his centralized state functioned with unprecedented efficiency. The revolution's chaos was over, replaced by a new order that bore his name. But Napoleon's ambitions stretched further. Centralization was not only a tool for governing France, it was preparation for ruling an empire. With the church subdued, the bureaucracy loyal, and the nation secure, Napoleon was ready to take the next step on his path to absolute power. By the beginning of the 19th century, Napoleon Bonaparte was no longer merely a general or a politician. He was the undisputed ruler of France. As first consul, he had rebuilt the state, pacified the church, stabilized the economy, and given the nation laws that promised equality and order. Yet for Napoleon, this was not enough. He hungered for permanence, legitimacy, and recognition. He wanted to transform his personal power into a dynasty. The path led from consulship to empire. In 1802, a critical step was taken. France, weary of instability, rewarded Napoleon with a new constitution that made him first consul for life. The decision followed a plebiscite in which millions of French citizens were asked to approve the change. The vote, heavily managed and manipulated, produced overwhelming support. On paper, the French people had chosen Napoleon's permanence. In reality, the system ensured that dissenting voices were silenced. Still, the plebiscite gave the illusion of popular legitimacy. With this move, Napoleon's authority now rivaled that of kings. He could appoint successors, ensuring continuity of rule. But titles mattered. Consul for life still evoked the Roman Republic, where consuls were magistrates bound by law. Napoleon wanted something greater: the grandeur of emperors, the splendor of monarchy, and the permanence of dynastic power. The shift from consul to emperor was also a response to geopolitics. France remained at war with Britain and faced constant hostility from European monarchies. Napoleon believed that only an imperial crown could command the respect and fear of kings. A consul was a revolutionary figure. An emperor was their equal. To stand among monarchs, he would have to become one himself. Domestically, Napoleon framed the move as the culmination of the revolution. He argued that France's achievements, equality, meritocracy, the end of feudal privilege, was safe under him. An emperor, he claimed, would not mean a return to the old aristocracy, but the guarantee of stability. Many French citizens, weary of constant upheaval, agreed. The revolution had promised liberty, but delivered terror and war. Napoleon offered peace, order, and prosperity, even if it came at the cost of democracy. In 1804, the Senate, under his influence, formally declared him Emperor of the French. Again, a plebiscite followed, with results showing unanimous approval. Whether through manipulation or genuine enthusiasm, the message was clear. France had accepted Napoleon's new title. The revolution's republic was over. A new empire had risen. The choice of title was deliberate. Napoleon was not king of France, like the Bourbon monarchs before him. He was emperor of the French ruler, whose legitimacy came not from divine right or noble blood, but from the people themselves. This distinction allowed him to present himself as both revolutionary and monarch, a man who embodied the past and the future. Yet Napoleon was no stranger to symbolism. To cement his transformation, he planned a grand coronation in Paris. The ceremony would display His Majesty to the world, demonstrate the support of the Church, and present him as a monarch of a new kind. For this spectacle, he invited Pope Pius VII to travel from Rome to officiate. It was an extraordinary gesture. Ever before had a pope crowned a French ruler. But Napoleon had no intention of being a puppet of the Church. He sought the Pope's presence for legitimacy, but he would not bow to papal authority. The stage was set for one of the most dramatic coronations in history, an event that would define Napoleon's self-image and astonish all of Europe. The transformation from first consul to emperor was more than a change in title. It was the declaration of a new order. France had entered a new era, one in which the ideals of the revolution were reinterpreted to serve the ambition of a single man. Napoleon's empire was born not in the chaos of revolution, but in the calculated theater of legitimacy. In 1804, as preparations for the coronation began, the world watched with fascination. The Corsican outsider who had risen through the chaos of revolution was about to crown himself emperor, and in doing so, he would challenge both kings and popes, declaring that his authority came from no one but himself and the French people. On December 2nd, 1804, Paris became the stage for one of the most spectacular ceremonies in European history, the coronation of Napoleon Bonaparte as Emperor of the French. The event, held in the magnificent Cathedral of Notre de Paris, was designed not only as a religious ritual, but as a statement to France and the world. It was theater, propaganda, and politics woven into a single moment. From the early morning, crowds thronged the streets of Paris, eager to witness the transformation of their leader into a monarch. Soldiers lined the avenues, banners fluttered, and the air buzzed with anticipation. Inside Notre Dame, the cathedral had been lavishly decorated with crimson draperies, golden ornaments, and imperial eagle symbols of the new dynasty Napoleon intended to create. The presence of Pope Pius VII gave the ceremony unprecedented weight. The Pope had traveled from Rome at Napoleon's invitation, an extraordinary gesture meant to bestow divine legitimacy on the new emperor. For centuries, kings had sought papal blessing to sanctify their rule. By bringing the Pope to Paris, Napoleon appeared to link himself to that tradition, reassuring monarchists while dazzling the public. Yet, Napoleon's ambitions went further. He wanted the Pope present, but not in control. The climax of the ceremony would make this clear. The coronation began with elaborate processions. Napoleon entered the cathedral in imperial robes, a laurel wreath upon his head in imitation of Roman emperors. His wife, Josephine de Beauharnais, followed, resplendent in her own regal attire. Bishops, dignitaries, and members of Napoleon's new nobility filled the cathedral, along with foreign envoys sent to witness the spectacle. The Pope conducted the Mass, blessing the regalia. the crown, the scepter, the sword of Charlemagne. Traditionally, the moment of coronation involved the Pope placing the crown upon the ruler's head, symbolizing divine approval. But Napoleon had other plans. As Pius VII prepared to perform the ritual, Napoleon seized the crown with his own hands and placed it on his head. The act stunned the audience. It was a deliberate rejection of centuries of tradition. Napoleon's gesture declared that his authority came not from the Church, nor from God through the Pope, but from himself and the French people. He was self-made, self-crowned, a sovereign by his own right. After crowning himself, Napoleon placed a second crown upon Josephine, signaling both her elevation as empress and his personal control over the ceremony. The Pope, sidelined, could do nothing but bless the moment after the fact. It was political theater of the highest order. Napoleon had invited the head of the Catholic Church only to demonstrate his independence from it. The symbolism was unmistakable. Napoleon stood as the heir of Rome, of Charlemagne, of the Revolution itself. He embodied continuity and change, tradition and modernity, monarchy and meritocracy. The Revolution had destroyed kings anointed by God. Napoleon crowned himself as Emperor of the French, chosen by the people and confirmed by plebiscite. The ceremony was immortalized by the painter Jacques-Louis David, whose massive canvas depicted the moment not of Napoleon crowning himself, but of him crowning Josephine. The choice was deliberate, emphasizing harmony, legitimacy, and grandeur. In reality, the most radical gesture of the day the self-coronation was left unpainted, perhaps too provocative even for propaganda. For the French public, the coronation was a moment of awe and pride. It symbolized stability after years of revolution and turmoil. For Europe's monarchs, it was a provocation. A man of obscure Corsican origins had crowned himself emperor in defiance of tradition. Kings who traced their lineage to centuries of nobility now faced a rival who had risen from the ranks of common soldiers. For Napoleon himself, the coronation was the realization of destiny. He had taken power as first consul, rebuilt France, and now transformed himself into a monarch. Yet, unlike the Bourbons, he claimed legitimacy not from ancient bloodlines, but from victory, merit, and the will of the nation. The coronation at Notre Dame was not just the beginning of an empire, it was a statement of philosophy. Napoleon declared that he, and he alone, was the source of his authority. In doing so, he reshaped the meaning of monarchy for the modern age. As the ceremony ended, cannons roared across Paris, bells rang, and crowds cheered. The Revolution's republic was gone, replaced by a new dynasty. Napoleon Bonaparte, once a poor Corsican officer, now stood as Emperor of the French. Napoleon Bonaparte was not only a master of war and politics, he was also a master of image. He understood that power did not rest solely on armies or constitutions, but on perception. After crowning himself emperor in 1804, Napoleon launched a relentless campaign of propaganda, shaping how his people, his soldiers, and even his enemies viewed him. He built what historians call a cult of power, a system of symbols, rituals, and images that presented him not merely as a ruler, but as a figure of destiny. From the earliest days of his career, Napoleon had been attentive to how victories were reported. His bulletins from the Italian campaign had transformed routine battles into epics, portraying his soldiers as heroes and himself as their indispensable leader. As emperor, he elevated this practice into an art form. Every triumph was magnified, every setback minimized, and every action cast in the glow of grandeur. Visual imagery played a central role. Napoleon commissioned the greatest artists of his age to immortalize his reign. Jacques-Louis David, the painter of the Revolution, became the painter of the Empire. His canvases depicted Napoleon in poses that blended classical heroism with modern power, crossing the Alps on a rearing horse, crowned in Notre Dame, enthroned like a Roman emperor. These works were not realistic portraits, but symbolic representations. They showed Napoleon not as he was, but as he wanted to be seen. Architecture, too, became propaganda. Napoleon ordered the construction of monuments that celebrated his victories and inscribed his name into the very landscape of France. The most famous, the Arc de Triomphe, was designed to honor the armies of the empire. Triumphal arches, columns, and public buildings rose across Paris, echoing the grandeur of ancient Rome. Each stone proclaimed his authority and promised permanence. Napoleon also revived the traditions of court ceremony. He created a new nobility, bestowing titles and honors on loyal generals, administrators, and family members. Marshals of the empire wore elaborate uniforms. Courtiers attended grand receptions, and Josephine presided as empress in a court that rivaled Versailles. The revolution had destroyed aristocracy. Napoleon recreated it in his own image, binding loyalty to him with splendor and reward. Yet the cult of Napoleon extended beyond elites. For the common soldier, propaganda emphasized his closeness to the army. He was the petty caporal, the little corporal who shared hardships with his men, who remembered them by name, who distributed medals on the battlefield. He made himself the living embodiment of meritocracy, showing that glory awaited any man who served him faithfully. To his soldiers, he was not just an emperor, but a father figure. Education and the press reinforced the cult. Schools taught the achievements of Napoleon, shaping young minds to admire him as the savior of France. Textbooks extolled his victories, while censorship silenced criticism. Newspapers, tightly controlled, became instruments of his will. Ordinary citizens encountered his image daily in coins, stamps, statues, and ceremonies scintilled. Napoleon seemed less a man than a symbol of France itself. Religion was also harnessed to the cult of power. Though Napoleon had asserted independence from the Pope at his coronation, he used Catholic rituals to sanctify his rule. Te Deums were sung after victories. Priests prayed for the emperor's health, and the church blessed his dynasty. In this fusion of sacred and secular, Napoleon stood as both chosen leader of the people and divinely favored monarch. The propaganda worked. Across France, people came to see Napoleon as the guarantor of stability and prosperity. In the countryside, peasants credited him with securing their land. In cities, Merchants and professionals admired the order he brought to commerce and law. For the army, he was a source of endless pride. Even abroad, enemies acknowledged his charisma. British cartoonists mocked him as a tyrant, but their very obsession testified to his power as an image. Of course, the cult of Napoleon also masked realities. His rule was authoritarian, his wars costly, and his ambitions boundless. But through propaganda, he transformed conquest into destiny, repression into order, and ambition into glory. His image endured even in defeat, carried by veterans who remembered him not as the man who led them to ruin, but as the leader who gave their lives meaning. Napoleon's mastery of propaganda reveals the essence of his genius. He understood that power is not only about force, but about belief. To rule a nation, one must rule its imagination. And Napoleon ruled the imagination of France like no one before him. By 1805, his cult of power was firmly established. He was not just Napoleon Bonaparte. He was Napoleon the Emperor, a man who had remade himself, his nation, and the symbols of authority. The revolution had begun with the destruction of kings. Now, France adored its emperor, convinced that his destiny and theirs were one and the same. By the end of 1805, Napoleon Bonaparte had crowned himself emperor, but titles alone could not secure his legitimacy. To prove his empire's strength, he needed victory. Europe's monarchies, Austria, Russia, and Britain had formed the Third Coalition, determined to end Napoleon's ambitions. The stage was set for one of the greatest battles in military history, Austerlitz, also known as the Battle of the Three Emperors. The campaign began with Napoleon's dramatic march across Europe. In a brilliant display of logistics, he moved the Grande from the English Channel, where it had been preparing to invade Britain, to the Danube River in Central Europe. Within weeks, he trapped an Austrian army at Ulm, forcing its surrender without a major battle. It was a masterpiece of maneuver, earning Napoleon praise as the new Hannibal. Yet the war was not over. Russian forces under Tsar Alexander I joined the Austrians, and the coalition sought to crush Napoleon before he could consolidate his gains. By late November, the two armies faced each other near the town of Austerlitz in modern-day Czechia. Surveying the battlefield, Napoleon deliberately weakened his right flank, leaving it seemingly vulnerable. He wanted to lure the Allies into attacking there, stretching their lines and exposing their center. Confident of victory, the Allies took the bait. On the morning of December 2nd, 1805, the anniversary of Napoleon's coronation, their columns advanced against the French right. What followed was a masterclass in timing. As the Allies pressed forward, Napoleon unleashed his main assault against the enemy center, held on the Pratzen Heights. French troops surged up the slopes, smashing into the heart of the coalition army. At the same time, Marshal Devout's corps, having marched all night, arrived to reinforce the supposedly weak right flank, halting the Allied advance. Napoleon's trap snapped shut. The battlefield dissolved into chaos. French forces cut the coalition army in two, isolating and overwhelming their divisions. Russian and Austrian soldiers fled in disorder, many drowning in frozen lakes, as French artillery shattered the ice beneath them. Austerlitz was more than a victory. It was perfection. Napoleon had defeated two emperors, Alexander of Russia and Francis of Austria, in a single battle. His tactics displayed patience, deception, and decisive execution. Soldiers who fought at Austerlitz would forever remember it as the moment when Napoleon seemed invincible. Historians would call it his greatest triumph. The political consequences were immediate. Austria, humiliated, sued for peace, signing the Treaty of Pressburg and ceding territory to France. The Holy Roman Empire, already weakened, began to crumble, soon to be dissolved entirely. The balance of power in Europe shifted dramatically in France's favor. Napoleon, once the outsider, now stood as master of the continent. The victory also cemented Napoleon's image at home. Propaganda glorified Austerlitz as proof of his genius, spreading tales of his calm command and inspirational words to his troops. Paintings, poems, and newspapers exalted him as the greatest general of the age. To the French people, Austerlitz confirmed that their emperor was chosen by destiny. Yet, Austerlitz also planted seeds of future resistance. Britain remained unbroken, controlling the seas. Russia, though bloodied, would not accept defeat indefinitely. And Austria, humiliated, would seek revenge. Napoleon had reached the pinnacle of power, but the higher he rose, the greater the forces that gathered against him. For now, however, the world stood in awe. At Austerlitz, Napoleon Bonaparte had achieved what every general dreams of, the perfect victory. His empire seemed unstoppable, his genius unquestioned, his destiny assured. The little Corsican had become the ruler of Europe. The brilliance of Austerlitz in 1805 had shaken Europe to its core. But Napoleon's triumphs did not end there. In 1806 and 1807, he faced new enemies, Prussia and Russia, and crushed them with the same dazzling combination of speed, deception, and decisive action. The battles of Jena and Friedland cemented his reputation as the master of Europe, leaving no doubt that the French Empire had reached its zenith. After Austerlitz, Austria temporarily withdrew from the fight. But in 1806, Prussia, alarmed by France's growing power and provoked by Napoleon's reorganization of Germany into the Confederation of the Rhine, declared war. The Prussian army, once the pride of Europe under Frederick the Great, believed it could stop the upstart emperor. Its officers were steeped in old traditions, confident in their discipline and reputation. They underestimated the transformation Napoleon had wrought in warfare. Napoleon moved first. With the Grande, he advanced into central Germany at breathtaking speed. His corps system's self-contained units capable of independent action allowed him to outmaneuver the slower, rigid Prussian forces. On October 14th, 1806, two simultaneous battles erupted, Jena and Austerlitz. At Jena, Napoleon personally commanded against the main Prussian army. Despite heavy morning fog, he deployed his troops with precision, smashing through the enemy lines with relentless assaults. French cavalry, led by Marshal Murat, delivered devastating charges that shattered Prussian morale. Meanwhile, at nearby Austerlitz, Marshal de Bat, with just 26,000 men faced a Prussian force twice his size. Against all odds, Devout held firm, his disciplined corps repelling wave after wave until the Prussians broke. The dual victories were catastrophic for Prussia. Within days, Napoleon marched triumphantly into Berlin. The consequences were sweeping. The once proud Prussian army was destroyed, its prestige shattered. Napoleon occupied the Prussian capital, seizing its treasures and humiliating its monarchy. He even visited the tomb of Frederick the Great, remarking to his marshals, "If he were alive, we would not be here." It was both tribute and triumph the conqueror, acknowledging the greatness of the past while surpassing it. But Napoleon's challenges were not over. Russia, allied with Prussia, continued the fight. Through the brutal winter of 1806 to 1807, French and Russian forces clashed across Poland in conditions of mud, snow, and bitter cold. The campaign culminated in June 1807 at the town of Friedland. Here, Napoleon once again demonstrated his mastery of strategy. Russian forces under General Bennigsen had overextended themselves, positioning their army with its back to the Alli River. Seizing the opportunity, Napoleon concentrated his forces for a decisive blow. On June 14, 1807, he launched a massive assault. French artillery pounded the Russian lines, while infantry and cavalry pressed the attack. As the battle raged, the Russians found themselves trapped against the river, their retreat routes collapsing under pressure. French corps under Marshals Lannes, Ney, and Victor coordinated devastating attacks, while Napoleon directed the battle with calm precision. By evening, the Russian army was in ruins, suffering tens of thousands of casualties. Friedland was more than a battlefield victory. It was the destruction of Russian resistance. Tsar Alexander I, shaken by the scale of the defeat, sought peace. The result was the Treaty of Tilsit in July 1807, one of the high points of Napoleon's career. Meeting the Tsar on a raft in the middle of the Niemen River, Napoleon negotiated directly, dazzling Alexander with his charisma. The treaty ended hostilities, divided Europe into French and Russian spheres of influence, and humiliated Prussia, which lost half its territory. At Tilsit, Napoleon stood at the height of his power. France dominated continental Europe from the Atlantic to the Vistula. Austria was subdued, Prussia broken, and Russia temporarily allied. Only Britain, shielded by its navy, remained defiant. On land, no force in Europe could challenge Napoleon's supremacy. The victories at Jena and Friedland showcased the essence of Napoleon's genius: speed, flexibility, and the ability to exploit enemy mistakes with ruthless decisiveness. He had destroyed Prussia's reputation, humbled Russia, and reshaped Europe's political order. His empire now seemed unshakable, yet the triumphs also carried seeds of future conflict. Prussia and Russia, though defeated, would never accept permanent subordination. Britain, unchallenged at sea, continued to strangle France's trade, and Napoleon's confidence, inflated by success, pushed him to attempt even greater ambitions. For the moment, however, Europe bowed before him. From Jena to Friedland, Napoleon had proved himself not just a conqueror, but a master of the continent. His empire glittered at its zenith, a monument to his genius and ambition. But as history would soon reveal, even the brightest heights cast long shadows. By 1807, Napoleon Bonaparte stood at the zenith of his power. Victories at Austerlitz, Jena, and Friedland had humbled Austria, crushed Prussia, and brought Russia to the negotiating table. The Treaty of Tilsit confirmed his mastery of continental Europe, dividing spheres of influence with Tsar Alexander I and reducing Prussia to a shadow of its former self. Yet one enemy remained unconquered: Britain. Protected by the Royal Navy, Britain continued to fund coalitions, blockade French ports, and dominate global trade. To defeat Britain, Napoleon devised an ambitious economic weapon: the Continental system. The idea was simple in theory, but immense in scope. If Britain could not be beaten on the seas, Napoleon would cripple its economy by closing Europe's ports to British goods. In November 1806, he issued the Berlin Decree, declaring the British Isles under blockade and forbidding trade with them. Neutral ships carrying British products would be seized, and European nations under French control were required to enforce the embargo. Later, the Milan Decree of 1807 tightened the rules, threatening confiscation of any vessel that complied with Britain's counter-blockade. In effect, Napoleon sought to turn the entire European continent into one vast fortress, sealed off from British commerce. It was economic warfare on an unprecedented scale. At first, the policy appeared effective. British exports to Europe plummeted, and industries suffered. Smugglers, however, quickly undermined the blockade, slipping goods through neutral ports or across porous borders. Portugal openly defied the embargo, continuing to trade with Britain. In northern Europe, Russia's vast coastline proved difficult to police. Even within France, merchants and consumers chafed under shortages of colonial goods like sugar and coffee. Still, the Continental system reshaped Europe. Napoleon used it as both a weapon and a tool of empire building. Countries that resisted were brought to heel by force. In 1807, French armies marched into Portugal, beginning the Peninsular War, which would become one of the bloodiest and most enduring struggles of the Napoleonic era. In 1808, Napoleon deposed the Spanish Bourbon dynasty, placing his brother Joseph on the throne of Spain. The move sparked a popular uprising fueled by nationalism and religion that dragged French armies into years of brutal guerrilla warfare. Meanwhile, Napoleon expanded his influence across the continent. The Confederation of the Rhine united German states under his protection. The Kingdom of Italy grew under his stepson, de Beauharnais, and the Duchy of Warsaw revived Polish hopes under French auspices. His family members occupied thrones across Europe: Joseph in Spain, Louis in Holland, me in Westphalia, and his sister Caroline in Naples. Europe became a patchwork of Napoleonic kingdoms, bound together by loyalty to the emperor. The Continental system also fueled resentment. Nations forced into compliance bore the costs of disrupted trade. Merchants in Hamburg, Amsterdam, and Milan faced ruin as British goods vanished. Smuggling flourished, and resentment of French domination deepened. For many, The blockade symbolized not liberation but exploitation. Britain, though hurt, proved resilient. Protected by its navy and bolstered by global trade, it found new markets in the Americas, India, and Asia. Far from collapsing, British industry adapted and grew. The very policy designed to destroy Britain instead strained Napoleon's empire. Worse, the Continental system drove a wedge between Napoleon and his supposed ally, Tsar Alexander I. Russia's economy, heavily reliant on exports of timber, hemp, and grain to Britain, suffered under the blockade. By 1810, Alexander began to resist enforcement, reopening trade with Britain. Napoleon, enraged, saw this as betrayal. The seeds of the catastrophic Russian campaign were sown in the failure of the Continental system. Domestically, Napoleon attempted to soften the impact of shortages. He encouraged the cultivation of sugar beets as a substitute for cane sugar, promoted new industries, and stimulated continental self-sufficiency. But these measures could not fully replace global trade. Discontent simmered beneath the surface, even as propaganda insisted on the success of the policy. The Continental system epitomized Napoleon's strengths and weaknesses. It was bold, imaginative, an ambitious attempt to wield economic power as decisively as military force. By it was also rigid, impractical, and dependent on universal obedience in a continent full of reluctant allies and rebellious subjects. Where armies had brought swift victories, the slow grind of economic war exposed the limits of his power. By 1810, Napoleon's empire stretched from Lisbon to Warsaw, from Hamburg to Naples. Yet, beneath the glittering surface of domination, cracks were widening. The Continental system, intended to isolate Britain, had instead isolated France, burdened its allies, and provoked resistance. Britain endured, and Napoleon's empire was increasingly strained. For the moment, however, his glory remained intact. The victories of Austerlitz, Jena, and Friedland still echoed. His monuments rose across Paris, and his family sat on Europe's thrones. He was master of the continent, builder of empires, and shaper of nations. But the very system that symbolized his dominance would soon contribute to his downfall. The Continental system was not only a weapon against Britain, it was a trap for Napoleon himself. The brilliance of Napoleon's victories in Central Europe had made him master of the continent. But in the Iberian Peninsula, a conflict erupted that would bleed his empire for years, known as the Peninsular War. It began in 1808 as part of Napoleon's effort to enforce the continental system against Britain. What he thought would be a swift occupation turned into a brutal quagmire, draining French resources and exposing the limits of his power. Portugal was the first spark. Defying Napoleon's embargo, it continued to trade openly with Britain. Determined to bring the kingdom to heel, Napoleon ordered an invasion. French troops marched into Portugal in late 1807, seizing Lisbon. The Portuguese royal family, aided by the British Navy, fled to Brazil, ensuring the monarchy's survival overseas. With Portugal occupied, Napoleon turned to Spain, whose king, Charles IV, and his son Ferdinand were weak and divided. Napoleon saw an opportunity to extend his dynasty. In a bold move, he forced the Spanish royal family to abdicate and installed his brother, Joseph Bonaparte, on the throne in 1808 to Napoleon. It was a practical solution. Loyal family members would rule Europe, ensuring unity and obedience. But in Spain, the imposition of a foreign king was seen as a national humiliation. The Spanish people erupted in revolt. On May 2nd, 1808, Madrid rose against French occupation in a bloody uprising. Though French troops crushed the revolt, with brutal reprisals mortalized in Francisco Goya's haunting painting, the 3rd of May, 1808, the insurrection spread. Across Spain, peasants, townsfolk, and clergy took up arms. The resistance was not a conventional army, but a movement of the people, fighting through guerrilla warfare. The Spanish guerrillas proved a nightmare for the French, operating in small, mobile bands. They ambushed convoys, assassinated officers, and harassed supply lines. French columns marching through rugged mountains and villages found themselves constantly under attack. The guerrillas, supported by local populations and sanctified by the church, turned every road into a battlefield. For the first time, Napoleon's veterans faced an enemy that could not be decisively crushed in open battle. Britain seized the opportunity under the command of Sir Arthur Wellesley. Later, the Duke of Wellington. British forces landed in Portugal to support the resistance. With secure supply lines from the sea, the British army became a formidable presence in the peninsula. At battles like Vimero and Talavera, they proved capable of standing against Napoleon's marshals. The French, accustomed to swift victories, now faced a grinding war of attrition. Napoleon himself intervened in late 1808, marching into Spain at the head of a massive army. He won a string of victories, retaking Madrid and defeating Spanish forces in open battle. But even his presence could not extinguish the flames of resistance. Once he returned to Central Europe to face Austria and other threats, the war dragged on. His marshals struggled against Wellington's disciplined army and the relentless guerrilla. The Peninsular War became known as the Spanish Ulcer. It consumed vast numbers of French troops. Some estimates suggest 300,000 over the course of the war, diverting men and resources from other fronts. Morale suffered as soldiers faced endless skirmishes with no decisive end. Worse, the brutality of the conflict tarnished Napoleon's image. French reprisals against civilians hardened Spanish resistance, creating a cycle of violence that horrified Europe. Strategically, the war exposed a critical weakness in Napoleon's system. His empire relied on rapid, decisive campaigns that shattered enemy armies and forced peace treaties. In Spain, there was no decisive battle to win, no government to coerce into submission. Instead, the will of the people became the enemy, and against that, Napoleon's methods faltered. The Peninsular War also had far-reaching political consequences. It provided Britain with a foothold on the continent, base from which Wellington would eventually march into France itself. It inspired nationalist movements across Europe, showing that ordinary people could resist Napoleon's empire. And it drained the grande of its best troops at a time when he would soon need them for even greater challenges in the east. By 1812, the war in Spain was far from over. French forces remained bogged down, unable to stamp out resistance or expel the British. The Spanish ulcer festered, bleeding the empire slowly but relentlessly. What Napoleon had intended as a dynastic adjustment and a blow against Britain became a disastrous drain on his resources and prestige. The Peninsular War marked the beginning of the cracks in Napoleon's empire. It revealed that even the greatest general of his age could not control a hostile population through force alone. In the hills and villages of Spain, the myth of French invincibility began to crumble. By 1812, Napoleon Bonaparte ruled the greatest empire Europe had seen since Rome. His family sat on thrones across the continent. His armies garrisoned cities from Madrid to Warsaw, and his laws shaped societies far beyond France. Yet beneath the surface of triumph, cracks widened. The Peninsular War drained French strength. Discontent simmered in occupied lands. And most dangerously, his alliance with Russia was unraveling. The conflict would culminate in the most disastrous campaign of his career, the invasion of Russia. The seeds of the campaign lay in the Continental system. Napoleon's economic blockade aimed at crippling Britain, but its burdens fell heavily on European allies. Russia, dependent on exports of grain, timber, and raw materials to Britain, chafed under the embargo. Smuggling flourished along the Baltic coast, and by 1810 Tsar Alexander I began openly violating the blockade. Tensions escalated as both emperors accused the other of betrayal. For Napoleon, Russia's defiance was intolerable. His system required obedience, and disobedience demanded punishment. But more than economics drove Napoleon to war. He feared that Russia's defiance would encourage other nations to break away from his empire. He also sought to impose his will on Alexander personally, to demonstrate once again that no power could defy him. In his mind, a swift, decisive campaign and other Austerlitz would settle the matter. In June 1812, Napoleon assembled the Grande, the largest force Europe had ever seen. More than 600,000 men, French, Poles, Italians, Germans, Dutch, and others, marched eastward. It was an empire on the move, a demonstration of Napoleon's unmatched ability to mobilize the continent. The sheer size of the army was staggering, but it also contained a fatal flaw. Its multinational composition made it less cohesive, and the logistical challenge of feeding and supplying such a host was immense. Crossing the Niemen River into Russia, Napoleon proclaimed, "The war of the Second Polish Campaign has begun. The first was ended at Friedland and Tilsit. The second will be ended at Moscow." His confidence was unshakable, but the campaign would soon test it as never before. The Russians avoided direct confrontation. Instead, they adopted a strategy of scorched earth, retreating deeper into their vast territory while burning villages, crops, and supplies behind them. The land itself became an enemy, denying the French army food and shelter. Napoleon's soldiers, already stretched thin by enormous distances, began to suffer from hunger, exhaustion, and disease. When the Russians did fight, it was at carefully chosen points. At Smolensk in August 1812, the French seized the city, but at heavy cost. The Russians withdrew, leaving the French with little to show for their losses. The campaign dragged on, with the Grande pushing ever deeper into Russia, its supply lines stretched to breaking. Morale began to waver. Soldiers expected a decisive battle, but instead found endless marches, burning fields, and retreating enemies. Desertion increased, and hunger gnawed at discipline. Yet Napoleon pressed forward, determined to force the Russians into a climactic confrontation. That confrontation came in early September at Borodino, just outside Moscow. The battle would be one of the bloodiest of the Napoleonic Wars. But even before it began, the Grand was already weakened. The long march, the Russian strategy, and the sheer size of the land had eroded its strength. As the French prepared to face the Russians on the plains of Borodino, Napoleon believed that one great victory would end the campaign. What he did not see, what perhaps no one could see, was that the very vastness of Russia had already begun to defeat him. The invasion of Russia marked a turning point in Napoleon's fortunes. What began as a confident assertion of dominance became a struggle against geography, strategy, and time itself. The Grande entered Russia as the mightiest force in Europe. Within months, it would be reduced to a shadow of its former self. On September 7th, 1812, outside the small village of Borodino, the French and Russian armies finally collided in the climactic battle Napoleon had sought since crossing into Russia. The stakes could not have been higher. Napoleon believed a decisive victory would force Tsar Alexander I to negotiate peace, while the Russians, under General Mikhail Kutuzov, aimed to slow the invader and preserve their army. What followed was one of the bloodiest single-day battles in history. The battlefield stretched across rolling plains and fortified positions. The Russians had entrenched themselves behind redoubts, earthen fortifications, bristling with artillery. Napoleon deployed about 130,000 men against 120,000 Russians, with over 1,000 cannons roaring across the field. At dawn, French guns thundered, and columns surged forward into a storm of fire. The fighting was savage and relentless. French troops seized the Shevardino redoubt after hours of bloody struggle, only to face even stronger positions ahead. At the center, the great redoubt became the focus of the battle. Time and again, French infantry and cavalry hurled themselves against it, and time and again the Russians counterattacked with desperate fury. By midday, the field was a charnel house, littered with thousands of dead and wounded. Napoleon, usually decisive, hesitated. He held back his imperial guard, the reserve that might have broken the Russian line once and for all. Perhaps he feared overcommitting, or perhaps he hoped the Russians would crack without risking his elite troops. By evening, the French captured the great redoubt, but the Russian army, though battered, had not been destroyed. Kutuzov ordered a retreat, preserving the core of his forces. Borodino was a Pyrrhic victory. The French suffered nearly 30,000 casualties. A week later, on September 14th, 1812, Napoleon entered Moscow. The city was eerily silent. Instead of surrendering, the Russians had evacuated and set it aflame. Fires consumed entire districts, leaving Napoleon's army without shelter or supplies. He waited in the Kremlin for weeks, expecting Tsar Alexander to sue for peace. None came. The Tsar's message was clear. Russia would not capitulate. By October, reality could no longer be denied. With winter approaching and supplies exhausted, Napoleon ordered a retreat. The decision marked the beginning of one of the most harrowing ordeals in military history. The retreat from Moscow was a nightmare. Snow began to fall, temperatures plummeted, and the Grande, already weakened, faced starvation, frostbite, and constant harassment by Russian cavalry and Cossacks. Horses died by the thousands, wagons were abandoned, and soldiers marched barefoot through ice and snow. Men froze to death at night, huddled around dwindling campfires. At the Berezina River in late November, the French faced near annihilation. With Russian armies closing in, they struggled to build makeshift bridges under fire. Thousands drowned or were slaughtered as they tried to cross. Somehow, Napoleon and a remnant of his army escaped, but the cost was catastrophic. Of the 600,000 men who had marched into Russia, fewer than 100,000 staggered back across the Niemen. The retreat shattered the myth of Napoleonic invincibility. Europe, stunned by the scale of the disaster, saw its chance. Former allies turned against him, and a new coalition began to form. Napoleon himself, once the architect of decisive victories, had led his army into ruin. Yet, even in disaster, his resilience shone. He abandoned the wreck of his army and hurried back to Paris, determined to rebuild. His charisma and determination would allow him to raise new forces and fight again. But the Russian campaign marked the turning point of his empire. Never again would Napoleon command such overwhelming strength, nor would his aura of inevitability recover. Borodino and the retreat from Moscow stand as the great tragedy of Napoleon's career campaign that revealed both his relentless ambition and the fatal limits of his power. He had sought a quick, decisive victory. Instead, he found the immensity of Russia, the cruelty of winter, and the iron will of a people unwilling to surrender. The emperor who had conquered Europe now faced the beginning of his downfall.